Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. I had just tightened the laces of my shoes. The leather felt snug against my skin, but the pressure seemed uneven, as if the shoes were adjusting themselves. A faint scent of cedar emerged from the closet, mingling with the dust I hadn't noticed settling. The air in the room felt charged, thicker than it should be, clinging to my breath. As I shifted my weight, the floor creaked in a way that sounded unfamiliar. It was as if the sound wasn't quite right anymore. But I knew exactly what had happened that morning. The sequence of events was crystal clear in my mind, like a film I'd watched dozens of times. My roommate had left for work at her usual time, coffee mug in hand, keys jingling against her hip. She'd called out goodbye from the hallway, her voice carrying that familiar note of rushed affection. The front door had clicked shut with its characteristic double sound, the latch first, then the deadbolt sliding home. I'd remained in bed for another hour, listening to the building settle around me, the radiator's gentle hiss, the neighbor's television murmuring through the thin walls, the steady drip from the bathroom faucet that we'd been meaning to fix for weeks. Everything had been perfectly ordinary, perfectly predictable. When I finally rose, I'd followed my usual routine. Shower first, then coffee, then the methodical selection of clothes for another day at the office. The shoes were the last piece, as always. Black leather Oxfords that I'd owned for 3 years, broken in and comfortable. They'd never felt strange before. The call had come while I was checking my reflection in the hallway mirror. The detective's voice was professional but gentle, the kind of tone that prepares you for bad news without quite delivering it yet. There had been an incident at my roommate's workplace. Could I come down to the station? Just routine questions, nothing to worry about. I'd answered everything they asked with complete confidence. Yes, she'd left at her normal time. No, she hadn't seemed upset or distressed. No, there hadn't been any unusual visitors or phone calls. The detective had nodded, taking notes in a small leather pad that reminded me somehow of my father's handwriting. The incident, they explained, had occurred in the parking garage beneath her office building. Security footage showed her arriving, walking to the elevator, pressing the button. But then the cameras had malfunctioned for exactly 17 minutes. When they came back online, her car was still there. Her purse was on the ground beside it, but she was gone. I told them about our morning routine, how predictable she was, how she always took the same route to work. I described her mood as normal, maybe even cheerful. She'd been humming something under her breath while she gathered her things. A song I didn't recognize, but then she was always discovering new music. The detective had thanked me and said they'd be in touch. I'd driven home feeling useful, like I'd provided valuable information that would help them find her quickly. Missing persons cases usually resolved within 48 hours, especially when the missing person had such regular habits. But now, standing in our apartment with my shoes feeling wrong against my feet, I found myself questioning that certainty. Had she really been humming? The more I tried to recall the melody, the more it seemed to slip away from me. Maybe it hadn't been humming at all. Maybe it had been something else entirely. I walked to the kitchen, my footsteps sounding hollow against the hardwood. Her coffee mug sat in the sink, a brown ring staining the bottom. But as I looked at it more closely, I realized something was off. She always used the blue ceramic mug, the one with the small chip on the handle. This was the white one, the one we kept for guests. The detail nagged at me as I made my own coffee. Why would she have used a different mug? Had the blue one been dirty? I checked the dishwasher, but it was empty except for a single plate and fork from my dinner the night before. The blue mug was nowhere to be found. I tried to reconstruct the morning more carefully. She'd emerged from her bedroom already dressed, moving with purpose toward the kitchen. I'd heard the coffee maker gurgling to life, the refrigerator door opening and closing, but I hadn't actually seen her preparing her coffee. I'd been lying in bed, eyes closed, building the scene from sounds alone. The cedar scent from the closet seemed stronger now, almost overwhelming. I approached the closet door, which stood slightly ajar. Inside, our coats hung in their usual arrangement, but something about the spacing looked wrong. There was a gap where her gray wool coat should have been, but that coat was hanging in its place. Next to it, crowded against the wall, was a jacket I didn't recognize. Dark green canvas with silver buttons worn at the cuffs. I pulled the jacket out and examined it. The fabric felt familiar under my fingers, but I couldn't place where I'd seen it before. The pockets were empty except for a small piece of paper, folded so many times it had become soft as cloth. When I unfolded it, I found an address written in handwriting that might have been hers, though it looked somehow different, more hurried, less careful than her usual script. The address meant nothing to me. I'd never heard her mention that street, that part of town, but the paper felt old, as if it had been carried around for weeks or months. The ink had faded to a dull blue-gray. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the jacket spread across my lap. The morning was taking on a dreamlike quality, as if I were remembering someone else's memories. Had I really heard her call goodbye? The more I focused on that moment, the less certain I became. Maybe what I'd heard was the neighbor's door or the sound of traffic from the street below. The detective had asked if there had been any unusual visitors. I'd said no without hesitation, but now I found myself wondering about the man I'd seen in the hallway 2 days ago. He'd been standing near our door when I came home from work, apparently studying the apartment numbers. When he saw me, he'd smiled and explained that he was looking for a friend but must have gotten the wrong floor. At the time, his explanation had seemed perfectly reasonable. People got lost in our building all the time. The numbering system was confusing and the hallways all looked identical. But something about his smile had lingered with me. Too wide, too practiced, and he'd been wearing a dark green jacket. I held up the jacket from the closet, trying to match it to my memory of the man. The color was right and the style seemed familiar, but memory is such an unreliable witness. I could have been unconsciously altering the details, making connections that didn't really exist. The phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. It was the detective again, his voice carrying a new urgency. They'd found something in the parking garage, he said. Could I come back to the station? And did my roommate own a dark green jacket? I looked down at the jacket in my lap, its silver buttons catching the light from the window. I'm not sure, I heard myself saying. I think so, but I'm not certain. After I hung up, I walked through the apartment more slowly, paying attention to details I'd previously overlooked. The bathroom mirror had a small crack in the lower right corner that I didn't remember. The kitchen window was open exactly 2 inches, though neither of us ever opened it because of the traffic noise. On the coffee table, a magazine lay open to an article about missing persons cases, though I couldn't recall either of us reading it. Each discovery felt like a small betrayal of my own memory. How could I have been so confident about the morning's events when I'd apparently missed so many details? The apartment felt less familiar with each passing minute, as if I were seeing it through someone else's eyes. I tried calling her cell phone, though the detective had already told me it was going straight to voicemail. Her recorded voice sounded different than I remembered, more formal, less warm. Had it always sounded like that? When was the last time I'd actually called her? The question stopped me cold. We lived together, shared meals, discussed our days. But when had we last had a real conversation? I could remember fragments, complaints about work, discussions about groceries, arguments over whose turn it was to take out the trash. But no substantial exchanges, no moments of genuine connection. How well did I actually know my roommate? The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water rising. We'd been sharing this space for over a year, but our lives had remained largely separate. I knew her schedule, her habits, her preferences in coffee and television shows, but I didn't know her fears, her dreams, her secrets. The dark green jacket seemed to mock me from where I'd laid it on the bed. Whose jacket was it? How long had it been hanging in our closet? And why had I never noticed it before? I began searching the apartment more systematically, looking for other signs of my own inattention. In her bedroom, I found a suitcase pushed far under the bed, packed with clothes I'd never seen her wear. In the kitchen, a set of keys hung on a hook behind the coffee maker, keys that didn't fit any lock I recognized. The blue coffee mug turned up in the strangest place inside the oven, clean and carefully positioned on the center rack. Who puts a coffee mug in an oven? And when had it gotten there? I had a clear memory of using the oven just 2 days ago to reheat pizza, and the mug hadn't been there then. Unless it had been and I simply hadn't noticed, the thought was disturbing. How many other details had I missed? How many signs had I overlooked? I called the detective back and told him about the jacket, the suitcase, the keys. He listened without interrupting, then asked if I'd be willing to take a polygraph test. Just to eliminate me as a suspect, he explained. Standard procedure in cases like this. Cases like what? I wanted to ask, but I already knew the answer. Cases where the roommate, the boyfriend, the spouse turns out to be involved. Cases where the person closest to the victim knows more than they're admitting, even to themselves. The word victim echoed in my mind as I hung up the phone. When had I started thinking of her as a victim? She was missing, not dead. People went missing for all sorts of reasons. Maybe she decided to leave town suddenly. Maybe she'd been planning it for weeks, packing that suitcase, collecting those keys. But if she'd been planning to leave, why hadn't I noticed? We shared meals, shared space, shared the mundane intimacies of domestic life. How could someone plan a disappearance right under my nose without me sensing anything? The shoes on my feet felt tighter now, almost painful. I sat down to loosen the laces and noticed something I'd missed before. A small stain on the leather, dark and irregular. It could have been anything: coffee, mud, ink, but it looked fresh, and I couldn't remember getting anything on my shoes recently. I stared at the stain, trying to remember the last time I'd worn these particular shoes. Had it been yesterday, the day before? The days were starting to blur together in my mind, each one identical to the last. Work, home, dinner, television, sleep. An endless cycle of routine that left no room for memorable moments. But routines can hide things. In the repetitive sameness of daily life, it's easy to miss the anomalies, the small departures from normal that might signal something important. Had my roommate been trying to tell me something? Had there been signs I'd ignored? The detective's question about the polygraph test bothered me more than it should have. What did I have to hide? I told them everything I knew, answered every question honestly. But honesty assumes accurate memory, and I was beginning to doubt my own recollections. I walked to the window and looked down at the street below. Pedestrians moved along the sidewalk with purpose, each one carrying invisible stories, invisible secrets. Any one of them could be harboring knowledge about my roommate's disappearance, or maybe the answer was closer to home. The building across the street had dozens of windows, most of them dark even in the middle of the day. Behind any one of those windows, someone might have been watching our apartment, learning our routines, waiting for the right moment. The thought should have been frightening, but instead it felt almost comforting. It would mean that whatever had happened was the work of a stranger, someone with no connection to our ordinary lives. But the dark green jacket suggested otherwise. It implied familiarity, intimacy, access, someone who could come and go from our apartment without attracting attention. Someone who knew about the cedar closet, the coffee maker, the hiding places. Someone like me. The thought arrived unbidden, unwelcome. I pushed it away, but it lingered at the edges of my consciousness like a shadow. What if my certainty about that morning was misplaced? What if the routine I remembered so clearly was actually a construction, a story I'd told myself to cover up something else entirely? I looked at my hands, turning them over in the afternoon light. They looked like my hands, familiar and unremarkable, but hands can do things without the mind fully registering them. Hands can act on impulses that consciousness later edits out of memory. The polygraph test suddenly seemed less like a formality and more like a reckoning. What if the machine detected lies I didn't even know I was telling? What if my body knew things my mind had chosen to forget? I sat down at the kitchen table and tried to reconstruct the morning one more time, but the harder I concentrated, the more elusive the memories became. Had I heard her humming, or had that been the radiator? Had she called goodbye, or had I dreamed that detail? Had she even been in the apartment that morning at all? The questions multiplied like cracks in glass, each one creating new fractures in my certainty. By the time the sun began to set, I wasn't sure of anything anymore. The apartment felt like a crime scene, full of evidence I couldn't interpret, and I felt like both detective and suspect, searching for clues to a mystery that might implicate me in ways I couldn't yet understand. The dark green jacket still lay on the bed, waiting for an explanation I couldn't provide. Tomorrow I would take the polygraph test, and maybe the machine would tell me things about myself that I'd forgotten. Or maybe it would confirm what I was beginning to suspect, that the truth about that morning was more complicated than anyone realized, and that the person I should be questioning most carefully was myself. Story 2. It wasn't unusual for the light in the hallway to flicker. I had grown used to watching its erratic dance, as if it were trying to tell me something in its own Morse code. The rug by the door was slightly askew, just enough to catch the toe if one wasn't careful. I straightened it absent-mindedly, noticing how the edges resisted against the wooden floor beneath. The air felt heavier than usual, maybe because the window hadn't been opened in a while. I thought about the dust accumulating on the bookshelf, the headlines in yesterday's newspaper folded away and forgotten, and the way the door never seemed to close all the way anymore. I left the window closed, even though I noticed the latch was loose. The coffee cup on the kitchen counter still held warmth when I pressed my palm against its ceramic surface. Steam no longer rose from the dark liquid inside, but the heat lingered like a ghost of recent presence. I couldn't remember making coffee that morning, yet there it sat, half empty, with a faint ring of foam clinging to the rim. The spoon beside it was clean, unused, which struck me as odd. I always stirred my coffee, always left the spoon stained and forgotten until evening cleanup. But this spoon gleamed under the overhead light, pristine as if it had never touched liquid at all. The photograph on the mantelpiece had shifted again. Not dramatically, just a few degrees to the left, enough that the frame no longer aligned with the small scratch in the wood beneath it. I had positioned it carefully weeks ago, using that scratch as a reference point, yet here it was, askew once more. The faces in the picture smiled back at me with familiar warmth, but something about their expressions seemed different today. Perhaps it was the angle of the light, or the way shadows fell across the glass, but their eyes appeared more distant than I remembered, as if they were looking past me rather than at me. A single shoe rested by the back door, its mate nowhere to be found. The leather was scuffed along the toe, worn in a pattern that suggested frequent use, yet I couldn't place when I had last worn this particular pair. The sole bore traces of red clay, the kind that clung stubbornly to footwear after walks in certain areas. I turned the shoe over in my hands, studying the treads, trying to recall where I might have picked up such distinctive soil. The memory felt close, hovering just beyond reach like a word on the tip of my tongue. The smell of lavender drifted through the house, though I owned no lavender plants, no lavender soap or perfume. It was subtle but persistent, weaving through the rooms like an invisible thread. I followed the scent from room to room, trying to locate its source, but it seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. In the bathroom, I checked the medicine cabinet, the shower caddy, even the small basket of toiletries by the sink. Nothing carried that particular fragrance, yet it lingered strongest here, mixing with the faint chlorine smell of tap water. The answering machine blinked with a steady red light, indicating a message I couldn't remember receiving. When I pressed play, static filled the room, followed by the sound of breathing, slow and deliberate. No words came, just that rhythmic intake and exhale, lasting nearly a minute before the line went dead. The timestamp showed the call had come during the night, at an hour when most people slept deeply. I played the message again, listening more carefully, trying to detect any background noise that might offer a clue about the caller's location or identity. Books on the shelf had been rearranged, not obviously, not in a way that would catch casual attention, but I noticed because I had my own system of organization. The mystery novels were no longer grouped together, and several volumes had been turned spine inward, their titles hidden from view. One book lay open on the coffee table, pages spread to reveal a passage about memory and perception, about how the mind could play tricks on itself. I didn't remember reading this book recently, yet a bookmark marked the exact page, and pencil marks underlined key phrases. The mirror in the bedroom reflected an unmade bed, sheets twisted as if someone had struggled against restless sleep. But I always made my bed upon waking, had done so religiously for years. The routine was so ingrained that I performed it automatically without conscious thought. Yet here were the tangled blankets, the indented pillow, the general disarray of a bed recently abandoned. I smoothed the covers with growing unease, wondering if my morning habits had somehow changed without my awareness. A glass of water sat on the nightstand, half empty and warm to the touch. Condensation had long since evaporated from its surface, suggesting it had been there for hours. I rarely kept water by my bedside, preferring to drink from the kitchen tap when thirsty. The glass was clean, recently washed, with no dust or fingerprints marring its surface except for a single smudge near the rim. I held it up to the light, studying that mark, wondering whose lips had touched this glass and when. The basement door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I had closed it firmly the night before. A faint draft rose from below, carrying the musty scent of concrete and stored belongings. I descended the wooden steps, each one creaking under my weight in a familiar rhythm. Boxes lined the walls, labeled in my own handwriting, yet some labels appeared fresher than others, the ink darker and more recent. One box marked winter clothes felt surprisingly light when I lifted it, and when I opened the lid, it contained only tissue paper and the lingering scent of mothballs. The garden hose lay coiled by the side of the house, still damp despite the absence of rain for several days. Water dripped slowly from the nozzle, forming a small puddle in the gravel below. I couldn't recall using the hose recently, yet the brass fitting was loose, as if someone had hurriedly disconnected it from the spigot. The ground nearby showed signs of recent watering, dark patches in the soil where moisture had soaked deep. But my garden was dormant now, requiring no irrigation, and I was meticulous about conserving water. Inside the garage, tools hung from their designated hooks on the pegboard, but their positions seemed wrong somehow. The hammer occupied the space usually reserved for the screwdriver, and the pliers dangled where I typically kept the measuring tape. It was as if someone had used the tools and returned them to approximate locations without knowing my organizational system. A thin layer of sawdust covered the workbench, though I hadn't undertaken any woodworking projects in months. The dust felt fresh between my fingers, not the accumulated grime of long disuse. The telephone rang while I stood among these displaced tools, its shrill tone echoing off the garage walls. I hurried inside to answer, but when I lifted the receiver, only silence greeted me. The caller ID displayed no number, just a series of zeros where digits should have appeared. I held the phone to my ear for a long moment, listening to the empty connection, wondering if someone was listening back. The silence felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken words or intentions. My journal lay open on the desk, its pages filled with handwriting that looked like mine but felt foreign somehow. The entries described daily activities I couldn't quite remember performing, conversations with people whose names meant nothing to me, observations about weather patterns that didn't match my recollection of recent days. One entry mentioned finding muddy footprints on the kitchen floor, yet I had no memory of such a discovery. Another described the persistent sound of footsteps in the attic, though I was certain the space above remained undisturbed. The refrigerator hummed with unusual intensity, its motor working harder than normal. Inside, food items had been rearranged, condiments moved from door to shelf, leftovers shifted to different containers. A carton of milk bore an expiration date that seemed too recent, as if it had been purchased yesterday, though I distinctly remembered buying groceries several days ago. The milk tasted fine, fresh even, but its presence puzzled me. Had I made an extra trip to the store and forgotten about it entirely? Upstairs, the floorboards creaked in a pattern that suggested someone walking from the bathroom to the bedroom, yet I stood motionless at the bottom of the staircase. The sounds were subtle but distinct, the kind of settling noises old houses make, except these followed too regular a rhythm to be random structural shifts. I climbed the stairs slowly, pausing on each step to listen, but the sounds had stopped. The hallway stretched empty before me, bathed in that flickering light that had started this strange inventory of inconsistencies. The medicine cabinet mirror reflected a face I recognized but somehow didn't entirely trust. My eyes appeared more tired than I felt, with dark circles that suggested sleepless nights I couldn't remember experiencing. A small cut marked my left temple, barely visible but tender to the touch. I had no recollection of injuring myself, yet the wound looked recent, perhaps a day or two old. I searched my memory for any incident that might have caused such a mark, but found only blank spaces where explanations should have been. A single red thread clung to the doorframe of the bedroom, caught at shoulder height as if someone had brushed against it while passing through. The thread was silk, fine and lustrous, unlike anything in my wardrobe. I pulled it free and held it up to the light, marveling at its vibrant color and delicate texture. It seemed too bright, too alive for something that had been abandoned by accident. I wrapped it around my finger, feeling its smoothness, wondering what garment it had come from and who had worn it through my house. The final detail that unsettled me most was the simplest. My own reflection in the hallway mirror had begun to feel like a stranger's. Not dramatically different, not obviously wrong, but somehow unfamiliar in ways I couldn't articulate. The person looking back at me seemed to know things I didn't, had experienced events I couldn't recall, had made decisions I didn't remember making. As I stood there in the flickering light, straightening that perpetually askew rug one more time, I wondered if the problem wasn't with my house at all, but with the person living in it. Story 3. It wasn't the first time the drawer was slightly open. The gap was so small you might have missed it, but I always noticed. Papers inside were neatly stacked, untouched since the last time I checked. I like to think that meant everything was fine, orderly. The room was quiet, except for the ticking of the clock, each second stretching into the next with practiced indifference. I wiped the dust from the windowsill, careful not to disturb the fine layer that settled there. The drawer remained slightly ajar as I left the room, the light from the window casting a line of shadow across its contents. I didn't push it closed. The nausea comes in waves now, rolling through my stomach like cold mercury. It's been 3 weeks since I've slept properly, though I can't pinpoint when the insomnia started. My hands shake when I hold my coffee cup, and I find myself staring at the tremor, wondering if this is what guilt looks like when it manifests in flesh. But guilt about what? The memory surfaces like oil on water, dark and spreading. I'm standing in a different room, one with pale green walls and a carpet that smells faintly of disinfectant. Someone is speaking to me, their voice muffled as if coming through layers of cotton. I can see their mouth moving, see the concern creasing their forehead, but the words dissolve before they reach my understanding. You need to tell us what happened, they might have said, or perhaps you need to remember what you saw. The distinction feels crucial, though I can't explain why. I remember walking down a hallway that seemed to stretch infinitely. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly pallor that made my skin look corpse gray. My footsteps echoed, but the sound was wrong somehow, as if the floor was hollow beneath me, hiding vast empty spaces. There was a door at the end of the hallway. I knew I had to reach it, though I couldn't remember who had told me to go there or why it mattered. The handle was cold under my palm, so cold it burned. When I turned it, the mechanism clicked with a sound like breaking bones. The room beyond was familiar, yet wrong. It was my office, but the furniture was arranged differently. The desk faced the window instead of the door, and there were plants I'd never owned growing in corners where shadows should have been. The drawer was there, though, in its proper place, already slightly open. I think I was looking for something, a file perhaps, or a letter, something that would explain the hollow feeling that had taken residence in my chest, the way my heart seemed to skip beats at random intervals. But when I approached the desk, my legs felt disconnected from my body, as if I was walking through deep water. The papers in the drawer were blank. Not blank exactly, they had writing on them, but when I tried to focus on the words, they seemed to shift and blur, rearranging themselves into patterns that hurt to look at directly. I could make out fragments: incident report, witness statement, psychological evaluation. But the sentences between these anchor points dissolved like sugar in rain. Someone was watching me. I could feel their gaze like a physical weight on the back of my neck, but when I turned around, the room was empty. The sensation persisted, though, that sense of being observed, catalogued, judged. The walls seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm that matched my accelerated heartbeat. I remember now that there were questions, so many questions, asked by voices that all sounded the same after a while. They wanted to know about the timeline, about what I had seen and when I had seen it. They asked about my relationship with the others involved, about my state of mind, about whether I had been taking any medication. "I don't remember" became my standard response, though I wasn't sure if it was true or simply easier than trying to untangle the knots in my memory. The thing is, I do remember some things. I remember the taste of copper in my mouth and the way the light fell across the floor in geometric patterns. I remember someone crying, though I couldn't see who, and the sound seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. I remember the smell of cleaning products, sharp and chemical, burning my nostrils. Most clearly, I remember the feeling of wrongness, as if reality had shifted slightly off its axis and everything familiar had become subtly threatening. The drawer keeps appearing in my thoughts, always slightly open, always containing papers I can't quite read. Sometimes I dream about it, and in the dreams I finally work up the courage to pull it fully open. But there's nothing inside except darkness so complete it seems to have weight and texture. When I reach into that darkness, something reaches back. I wake up with scratches on my arms that I can't explain. The room where they questioned me had a mirror on one wall. I knew it was a two-way mirror, knew that others were watching from behind the glass, but I couldn't stop staring at my reflection. My face looked wrong, as if someone had rearranged my features while I wasn't paying attention. My eyes were too wide, my mouth too small, my skin the color of old paper. "You were the last person to see them," someone said, and I nodded because it seemed like the appropriate response, though I wasn't sure what "them" referred to or what seeing actually meant in this context. Had I seen something or someone? The memory is like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The harder I grip, the more it slips away. There was blood, I think, not a lot, just a few drops on the floor that caught the light like tiny rubies. I remember staring at those drops for a long time, wondering if they were real or if my mind was projecting them there. When I blinked, they were gone, but the impression of them remained burned into my retinas. The clock in that room ticked too loudly, each second announcing itself with aggressive precision. I found myself counting the intervals, losing track after a few dozen, then starting over. The repetition was soothing, a way to anchor myself when everything else felt fluid and unreliable. Time moved strangely during those conversations. Sometimes hours would pass in what felt like minutes. Other times, a single question would seem to echo for eternity, bouncing around the inside of my skull until the words lost all meaning and became just sounds. "Can you walk us through what happened?" The problem was I couldn't walk through anything. My memories were a collection of still images, disconnected moments frozen in amber. I could describe individual frames the way dust motes danced in a shaft of sunlight, the pattern of wear on a door handle, the exact shade of blue in someone's shirt, but I couldn't string them together into a coherent narrative. The drawer was always there, though, in every scene. Sometimes in the background, sometimes prominently featured, but always slightly open, always suggesting secrets just beyond my comprehension. I started to suspect that the drawer was a metaphor, a symbol my mind had created to represent something too traumatic to remember directly. But when I mentioned this theory to one of the questioners, they looked at me with an expression I couldn't decipher. "What drawer?" they asked. The question hit me like a physical blow. How could they not know about the drawer? It was the most consistent element in all my fragmented recollections, the one detail that remained constant while everything else shifted and changed. Unless it wasn't real. The possibility opened up like a chasm beneath my feet. If the drawer was a fabrication, what else might my mind have invented? How much of what I remembered was actual memory, and how much was reconstruction, confabulation, wishful thinking? I began to doubt everything. The room with the green walls might have been my childhood bedroom. The hallway might have been a grocery store aisle. The questions might have been a conversation with a friend, distorted by time and anxiety into something more sinister. But the feeling remained constant, that sense of having witnessed something significant, something that had changed me in ways I couldn't articulate. It lived in my body like a foreign object, a splinter of wrongness that my system couldn't expel. The nausea got worse. I stopped eating regular meals, surviving on crackers and weak tea. My reflection in bathroom mirrors became increasingly unfamiliar, as if I was looking at a stranger wearing my face. I avoided eye contact with this other person, focusing instead on brushing my teeth or washing my hands with mechanical precision. Sleep, when it came, brought no relief. My dreams were populated by figures whose faces I couldn't see clearly, who spoke in languages I almost but not quite understood. They seemed to be trying to tell me something important, something that would make everything clear, but I always woke up before the message could be delivered. The drawer appeared in these dreams too, but it was different somehow. Larger, more ornate, with brass handles that gleamed like gold. In the dream logic, I understood that opening it would answer all my questions, but I was always prevented from doing so by some obstacle. My hands wouldn't work properly, or the drawer was locked, or someone was calling my name from another room. I started carrying a notebook, hoping to capture the fragments of memory before they could slip away. But when I tried to write them down, the words looked foreign on the page, as if I was attempting to communicate in a language I'd never learned. The pages filled with disconnected phrases: blue shirt, ticking clock, taste of copper, someone crying. Reading them back provided no illumination, just a sense of profound loss, as if I was looking at artifacts from a civilization that had vanished without leaving any context for interpretation. Sometimes I would find myself standing in rooms with no memory of how I'd gotten there. Once I came to awareness in a parking lot, holding car keys I didn't recognize, staring at a building I'd never seen before. Another time I was in a library, surrounded by books about memory disorders and psychological trauma, though I couldn't recall checking them out. These episodes frightened me more than the nightmares. At least in dreams, there was the comfort of knowing that the experience wasn't real. But these moments of lost time suggested that reality itself had become unreliable, that I couldn't trust my own perceptions or experiences. The drawer haunted me during these blackouts too. I would have vague impressions of searching for it, of needing to find it and finally understand what it contained. But it was never where I expected it to be, and the searching left me exhausted and disoriented. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. The thought should have been terrifying, but it was almost a relief. Mental illness was something that could be diagnosed, treated, managed. It was preferable to the alternative that my memories were accurate, that something terrible had actually happened, and that I was somehow complicit in it. But which was worse, being crazy or being guilty? The question circled through my consciousness like water draining from a bathtub, always moving but never quite disappearing. I found myself returning to it obsessively, examining it from different angles, looking for some kind of resolution that never came. The room where they questioned me had a water stain on the ceiling that looked like a face. I spent hours staring at it, trying to determine whose face it resembled. Sometimes it looked like someone I knew, though I couldn't place them. Other times it seemed to be showing me my own face, but distorted, as if seen through rippling water. "You're not in trouble," they kept saying, but their tones suggested otherwise. There was a careful neutrality to their voices that felt more threatening than outright accusation. They were waiting for something, watching for some sign or admission that I wasn't providing. The papers in the drawer began to multiply in my mind. What had started as a neat stack became a chaotic pile, documents scattered and overlapping, some typed, some handwritten, some covered in stains I didn't want to identify. The words on them became increasingly urgent, more demanding, but no more comprehensible. I started to believe that if I could just read one of those papers completely, everything would make sense. The mystery would resolve itself, the guilt would lift, the nausea would subside. But every time I tried to focus on the text, it would blur and shift, as if my eyes were defective or the words themselves were alive and trying to escape my understanding. The scratches on my arms multiplied. I found them each morning, thin red lines that looked deliberate, almost ritualistic. I couldn't remember making them, but they appeared with such regularity that I must have been responsible. I started wearing long sleeves to hide them, though I wasn't sure who I was hiding them from. The mirror in the questioning room reflected more than just my face. Sometimes I could see shapes moving behind me, figures that weren't there when I turned around. They seemed to be gesturing, trying to communicate something important, but their movements were too quick and erratic for me to decipher. "What do you see?" the questioners would ask when they noticed me staring at the mirror, and I would have to lie to claim I was just looking at my reflection. The truth that I was seeing things that weren't there would have led to different kinds of questions, ones I wasn't prepared to answer. The drawer was always slightly open in the mirror too, even when the room we were in contained no furniture at all. It seemed to exist in a parallel space, a dimension that overlapped with reality but followed different rules. In that space, the papers inside weren't blank or illegible, they were covered with writing that made perfect sense, that explained everything I needed to know. But I could never quite see them clearly enough to read them. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just during the questioning sessions anymore, it followed me home, to the grocery store, to the coffee shop where I sat for hours nursing a single cup and avoiding eye contact with other customers. The sensation was so strong that I would sometimes spin around suddenly, hoping to catch my observer off guard, but there was never anyone there. Or rather, there were always people there, but none of them seemed to be paying attention to me. They were absorbed in their own lives, their own conversations, their own problems. Yet the feeling persisted, that sense of being the subject of intense scrutiny, of being studied like a specimen under a microscope. The drawer began appearing in places where it shouldn't exist. I would glimpse it in the corner of my vision while walking down the street, just a flash of wood and metal, always slightly open, always tantalizingly close to revealing its secrets. But when I turned to look directly, there would be nothing there except a fire hydrant or a mailbox or some other mundane object. These hallucinations, for I had to admit that's what they were, became more frequent and more vivid. The drawer would appear in restaurant booths, in the back seats of buses, in the windows of buildings I passed. It was as if my subconscious was projecting this symbol onto the world, trying to force me to confront whatever truth it represented. But I wasn't ready for that confrontation. The fear of what I might discover was stronger than my need to know. So I continued to avoid looking directly at the drawer, continued to leave it slightly open, continued to pretend that its contents were unknowable. The questioning sessions became more intense. The neutral tones gave way to barely concealed frustration, and I sensed that my questioners were running out of patience. They needed something from me, a confession, an explanation, a breakthrough, and my continued amnesia was preventing them from getting it. "Think harder," they would say, leaning forward in their chairs, their faces tight with concentration. It's important that you remember. But thinking harder only made things worse. The more I tried to force the memories to surface, the more fragmented and unreliable they became. I would catch glimpses of scenes that might have been real or might have been dreams or might have been scenes from movies I had watched years ago. They all carried the same emotional weight, the same sense of significance, but I couldn't tell which ones were actually mine. The drawer was the only constant, the only element that appeared in every fragment with perfect consistency. It was like a signature, a watermark that marked certain memories as belonging to the same event, but what that event was remained maddeningly unclear. I began to suspect that the drawer itself was the key, that if I could force myself to fully open it in memory, in dreams, in hallucination, I would finally understand what had happened to me. But every time I reached for the handle, something stopped me. Fear, perhaps, or some deeper instinct for self-preservation. The scratches on my arms formed patterns, now deliberate designs that looked almost like writing. I would trace them with my finger, trying to decode their meaning, but they were written in a language I didn't recognize. Or perhaps they weren't language at all, just the random marks of a mind trying to express something it couldn't put into words. The nausea reached a crescendo and then, strangely, began to subside. In its place came a different sensation, a kind of numbness, as if my emotional responses were being gradually disconnected. I could observe my own distress from a distance, could note the symptoms of my deteriorating mental state without feeling particularly concerned about them. This detachment was almost pleasant. It allowed me to examine my situation with something approaching objectivity, to consider possibilities I had been too frightened to contemplate before. Perhaps the drawer contained evidence of something I had done. Perhaps the questioning wasn't about what I had witnessed, but about what I had perpetrated. The thought should have horrified me, but in my new state of emotional disconnection, it was just another hypothesis to be considered. I found myself able to entertain scenarios that would have been unthinkable before, scenarios in which I was not the victim of circumstance, but the architect of tragedy. The drawer seemed to approve of this line of thinking. In my peripheral vision, it appeared more frequently, and the gap seemed to widen slightly, as if it was preparing to reveal its contents. But I still couldn't bring myself to look directly at it, still couldn't force the final confrontation with whatever truth it contained. The questioning sessions ended abruptly. One moment I was sitting in that familiar room with its two-way mirror and water-stained ceiling, and the next I was walking out into bright sunlight that hurt my eyes. No one explained why I was being released, what conclusions had been reached, or what would happen next. I found myself standing on a sidewalk, holding a manila envelope that I didn't remember being given. Inside were papers, official-looking documents with letterheads and signatures and stamps that suggested bureaucratic finality. But when I tried to read them, the words swam on the page just like the papers in the drawer. The similarity was not lost on me. Perhaps this envelope was the physical manifestation of what the drawer had always represented, official confirmation of something I already knew, but couldn't bear to acknowledge. But reading it would require the same courage I had been unable to summon for opening the drawer, and I wasn't sure I possessed that courage yet. So I carried the envelope home and placed it on my desk next to the drawer that was always slightly open. They seemed to belong together, these repositories of unwanted knowledge, these containers of truths too dangerous to examine. The scratches on my arms began to fade, but the patterns they had formed remained visible as faint white lines against my skin. They looked like a map of some unknown territory, or perhaps like the floor plan of a building I had never seen but somehow knew intimately. I trace those lines now as I sit in my room, listening to the clock tick with its practiced indifference. The drawer remains slightly open, casting its familiar line of shadow across the papers inside. The envelope sits beside it, equally unopened, equally full of potential revelation. The nausea is gone, replaced by something that might be acceptance or might be surrender. I understand now that some truths are too large to be contained in memory, too complex to be reduced to simple narrative. They exist in the spaces between certainty and doubt, in the gap between what we know and what we can bear to know. The drawer will always be slightly open. The papers will always be just beyond the reach of comprehension. And I will always be sitting here, caught between the need to know and the need to remain ignorant, watching the light from the window cast its shadow across secrets that may or may not be mine to keep. Story 4. I had just closed the cabinet. The scent of stale wood lingered, mingling with a hint of something metallic. My fingertips tingled as they brushed the surface, feeling the subtle shift in texture that I hadn't noticed before. The light seemed to waver, casting strange patterns that didn't belong. I hesitated, feeling an unseen presence pressing down like a held breath. The air was still, yet it felt like it was waiting. And with a sudden clarity, the room felt smaller. The cabinet had been my grandmother's, inherited when she passed. I'd been searching through it for her old recipe cards, the ones my mother always talked about but could never find. That's what brought me to this spare room in the first place, wasn't it? The afternoon sun slanted through the dusty window, illuminating motes that danced in lazy spirals. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. I remember opening the cabinet doors with their familiar creak, the brass hinges protesting after months of neglect. Inside, neat stacks of papers sat undisturbed, yellowed with age, recipe cards just as I'd hoped, some handwritten notes about garden plantings, a few old photographs tucked between the pages. I'd spent maybe 20 minutes sorting through everything, setting aside the recipes my mother would want to see. But as I stood there with the cabinet doors closed, my palms still pressed against the wood, something nagged at me. The metallic smell was stronger now, almost copper-like. I tried to place it. Had there been something else in that cabinet, something I'd overlooked in my focus on the papers? My hand moved to the cabinet handle again, then stopped. The brass felt warm, warmer than it should have been. I pulled my fingers away and examined them. Clean. No reason for that tingling sensation that still prickled across my skin. The room around me felt different somehow. Smaller, yes, but also charged with an energy I couldn't name. The wallpaper, faded roses on cream background, seemed to pulse slightly in my peripheral vision. When I looked directly at it, everything appeared normal. But in the corners of my eyes, movement, always movement. I forced myself to think logically. I'd come here looking for recipes. I'd found them, simple as that. The metallic smell probably came from the old brass hardware or maybe the aged paper itself. These old houses held onto odors in strange ways. The heating system, the plumbing, any number of things could create unusual scents. Yet as I tried to convince myself, another memory surfaced. Not quite a memory, more like an impression. The cabinet hadn't just contained papers, had it? There had been something else, something that made my hands shake as I'd touched it. Something that explained the way my heart was racing now, though I couldn't remember why. I walked to the window, trying to clear my head. The glass was old, warped in places, making the outside world appear liquid and uncertain. Through it, I could see the garden where my grandmother had spent so many hours. The rose bushes she'd tended were overgrown now, their blooms heavy and past their prime. But wait, the roses. In the cabinet there had been pressed flowers between some of the papers. Roses, their petals brittle and dark, I remembered now, or thought I did. They'd crumbled at my touch, leaving rust-colored stains on my fingers. That could explain the metallic smell, couldn't it? Old plant matter, oxidized and decaying. Except the sensation creeping up my spine suggested otherwise. It whispered that those stains hadn't come from flowers at all. I turned back to the cabinet. From this angle, with the afternoon light hitting it differently, I could see fingerprints on the wood, smudges around the handles as if many hands had opened those doors recently. But that was impossible. The room had been locked for months. I had the only key. My breathing quickened. The air in the room felt thicker now, harder to draw into my lungs. I approached the cabinet again, each step deliberate and careful. The floorboards creaked under my weight, a sound I didn't remember hearing before. This time, when I opened the doors, everything looked different. The papers were still there, but they weren't neatly stacked anymore. They were scattered, some torn, others bearing stains that definitely weren't from pressed flowers. The recipe cards I'd been so pleased to find were mixed with other documents. Official-looking papers with letterheads I couldn't quite make out in the dim light, and underneath it all, something that made my stomach clench with recognition and revulsion. No, that wasn't right. I shook my head hard, blinking several times. When I looked again, the cabinet contained exactly what I remembered, neat stacks of recipes and garden notes, nothing more, nothing less. The stains I thought I'd seen were just shadows cast by the irregular light. But my hands were trembling as I reached for the papers again. This time I noticed something I'd missed before. Some of the recipe cards weren't in my grandmother's handwriting. The script was different, more angular, more urgent, and the recipes themselves were strange. Ingredients I didn't recognize, measurements that made no sense. One card caught my attention. The writing was so faded I had to squint to read it. For when the sleep won't come, for when the dreams are too real, mix well and hide the rest. I'd never seen this card before, I was certain. Yet as I held it, muscle memory kicked in. My fingers knew the texture of this paper, the slight tear in the upper right corner. I'd held this card many times, hadn't I? But when, and why couldn't I remember? The metallic smell was overwhelming now. It seemed to emanate from the card itself, seeping into my nostrils and coating the back of my throat. I dropped it, watching it flutter to the floor where it landed, face down. Even from here I could see there was writing on the back, words that seemed to shift and blur when I tried to focus on them. I bent to pick up the card, but as my fingers brushed the paper, a flash of memory struck me. Not my grandmother's kitchen, where she'd supposedly written these recipes. A different room entirely, darker, the smell of fierce sweat mixing with that persistent metallic odor. Hands that weren't mine writing frantically, desperately, trying to record something before it was too late. The vision lasted only seconds, but it left me gasping. I straightened too quickly, and the room spun around me. The cabinet doors swung shut with a bang that echoed through the house. I stood there staring at the closed cabinet, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. The logical part of my mind insisted it had been nothing more than a dizzy spell brought on by bending over too quickly. The recipe cards were exactly what they appeared to be, my grandmother's notes about cooking and gardening. The strange writing was probably just age and poor lighting playing tricks on my eyes. But my body told a different story. My heart hammered against my ribs as if I'd been running. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air in the room, and deep in my gut a certainty grew that I hadn't come here looking for recipes at all. I'd come here to hide something. The thought arrived unbidden, unwelcome, but with the weight of absolute truth. My hands moved to my pockets, searching for what I didn't know. They came away empty, but the gesture felt familiar, practiced. How many times had I stood in this room, checking to make sure the evidence was secure? The evidence of what? I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to force the fragments into coherence. The harder I pushed, the more elusive the memories became. They slipped away like smoke, leaving only the lingering scent of copper and fear. The cabinet drew my attention again. Its presence dominated the room now, no longer just a piece of furniture, but something alive and waiting. The wood grain seemed to writhe in the shifting light, forming patterns that looked almost like faces. Faces I should recognize but couldn't quite place. I knew I should leave. Every instinct screamed at me to walk away, lock the door behind me, and never return to this room. But my feet remained rooted to the floor. There was something else in that cabinet, something I needed to see. Something that would explain the growing dread that filled my chest like cold water. This time I opened the doors slowly, carefully. The hinges made no sound. Inside, the papers lay exactly as I'd left them, neat and innocent. But now I could see what I'd missed before, what my mind had refused to acknowledge. The bottom of the cabinet was lined with newspaper. Old headlines peeked through where the papers had shifted. Words jumped out at me, missing. Search continues. No leads. And there, partially obscured by a stack of recipe cards, a photograph. Not a family photo, not a garden snapshot. A newspaper photo, grainy and stark, showing a face I knew I should recognize. The eyes stared up at me with an expression of trust that made my stomach turn. I reached for the photograph with hands that no longer felt like my own. As my fingers made contact with the paper, the room around me dissolved. I was no longer standing in my grandmother's spare room. I was somewhere else entirely, somewhere dark and confined. The metallic smell was overwhelming here, mixed with earth and dampness. My hands were dirty, soil caked under my fingernails, and I was crying, sobbing with a grief so profound it threatened to tear me apart. But grief mixed with something else. Relief. It was over, finally over. The vision shattered as quickly as it had come, leaving me gasping and disoriented in the afternoon sunlight. The photograph lay on the floor at my feet, but now it showed nothing more threatening than a pressed flower between its pages, just like I'd thought initially. I gathered the scattered papers with shaking hands, no longer caring about recipes or garden notes. All I wanted was to close the cabinet and leave this room forever. But as I reached for the last few cards, my fingers brushed against something else hidden in the back corner. Small, hard, metallic. I pulled it out and stared at it in my palm. A key, old and tarnished, but clearly well used. The metal was warm, as if someone had been holding it recently, but I'd never seen this key before in my life. Except I knew exactly what door it opened, what room it unlocked, what secrets it guarded. The knowledge sat in my mind like a stone, heavy and undeniable. I closed my fist around the key and felt its edges bite into my palm. The pain was sharp, real, grounding. It cut through the confusion and left me with a moment of terrible clarity. I hadn't come here to find my grandmother's recipes. I'd come here to make sure the key was still hidden. And now that I'd found it, now that I held it in my trembling hand, I had to decide what to do next. The logical choice was obvious. Put it back, close the cabinet, pretend I'd never seen it. Go on with my life as if this afternoon had never happened. But the key seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, warm and insistent against my skin. It wanted to be used. It wanted to show me what lay behind the door it opened. The room felt smaller than ever now, the walls pressing in from all sides. The afternoon light had shifted, casting long shadows that reached toward me like grasping fingers, and underneath it all, that persistent metallic smell that I now recognized with sick certainty. It wasn't copper, it wasn't old brass or pressed flowers or anything innocent at all. It was the smell of secrets buried too shallow, of lies that wouldn't stay hidden, of truths that demanded to be acknowledged. I stood there in my grandmother's spare room, holding a key that might unlock everything or nothing at all, while two versions of reality warred in my mind. In one, I was exactly who I'd always believed myself to be, an ordinary person looking for family recipes in a dead relative's furniture. In the other, I was something else entirely, something that explained the trembling in my hands and the taste of copper on my tongue. The key grew heavier in my palm, and I knew that whatever door it opened, whatever truth it revealed, I was already past the point of no return. The cabinet had given up its secret, and now I had to live with the consequences. But as I stood there, paralyzed between certainty and doubt, one final thought crystallized in my mind. Maybe the most terrifying possibility wasn't that I was guilty of something unthinkable. Maybe it was that I still didn't know which version of myself was real. Story 5. The clock struck twice, but only one echo reached my ears. Every morning I crossed the threshold, counting steps on the smooth wooden floor, except today. A faint creak sounded on the fourth, not the fifth. My fingers brushed the wallpaper as if it might peel back and reveal more than faded patterns. The coffee tasted familiar, yet bitter, like an unspoken apology resting on my tongue. In the hallway mirror, my reflection blinked a fraction too late. I turned away, but the echo persisted, trailing my steps. Something shifted in the space behind me. The floorboard whispered a question. An answer followed. The answer came in fragments, like light filtering through Venetian blinds. I had been living with certainty for so long that uncertainty felt foreign against my skin. The house held its breath while I moved through rooms that suddenly seemed rearranged, though nothing had been touched. Everything was exactly where it should be, yet displaced by invisible degrees. I remember when the doubt first crept in, though remembering feels inadequate for something that seeped rather than arrived. It was the way shadows fell differently across the kitchen table, or how the refrigerator hummed in a key I didn't recognize. Small disturbances in the rhythm of ordinary life, like a symphony played with one instrument slightly out of tune. The photograph on the mantelpiece caught my attention that afternoon. I had passed it countless times, but something about the angle of light made me pause. The faces looked back at me with expressions I couldn't quite place, familiar strangers wearing smiles that seemed rehearsed. My finger traced the glass, leaving a smudge that distorted one of the faces. When I wiped it clean, the expression underneath had changed, or perhaps I was seeing it clearly for the first time. Memory is a curator with questionable taste. It preserves some moments in pristine detail while allowing others to fade beyond recognition. I found myself returning to conversations that had seemed inconsequential, turning them over like stones in my palm, searching for hidden weight. Words that had floated past me began to settle, forming patterns I hadn't noticed before. The basement door had always been slightly ajar. I accepted this as one of the house's quirks, like the way the kitchen faucet dripped 3 times after being turned off, or how the front porch light flickered before finally illuminating. But standing at the top of the stairs that evening, I realized I had never questioned why it remained open. The darkness below seemed expectant, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. I descended slowly, my hands sliding along the banister worn smooth by countless previous journeys. The basement smelled of old cardboard and something else, something organic and patient. Boxes lined the walls like silent witnesses, their contents labeled in handwriting I recognized but couldn't quite place. The penmanship was careful, deliberate, each letter formed with the precision of someone who understood the importance of clear communication. One box sat apart from the others, positioned near the small window that offered the basement's only natural light. The cardboard was newer, less weathered, and bore no label. Inside, I found papers arranged with meticulous care, receipts, letters, photographs that seemed to document a life running parallel to my own. The dates meant nothing to me, but the progression told a story I was only beginning to understand. There was a logic to the arrangement that I couldn't immediately grasp. Each item seemed to reference the next, creating a chain of connection that spiraled inward towards some central truth. I spread them across the basement floor, trying to see the pattern that their collector had intended. The fluorescent light above flickered intermittently, casting shadows that made the documents appear to shift and rearrange themselves. The letters were the most disturbing, not because of their content, which was mundane discussions of weather, plans for ordinary activities, expressions of routine affection, but because of their tone. Each one carried an undercurrent of performance, as if the writer was conscious of an audience beyond the intended recipient. I read them multiple times, and with each reading the performance became more obvious, the artifice more pronounced. I began to notice things about my own handwriting. The way I signed my name had evolved over time, becoming more elaborate, more self-conscious. Bills and grocery lists bore the marks of someone who expected their penmanship to be scrutinized. When had I started writing for an invisible observer? When had my private thoughts begun to feel like public performances? The house responded to my growing awareness with subtle shifts. Doors that had always closed easily now required an extra push. The shower temperature fluctuated unpredictably. Books on shelves appeared to have been moved, though never far enough to be certain. It was as if the building itself was adjusting to accommodate a new understanding of its purpose. I started mapping my daily routines, charting the paths I took through familiar spaces. The exercise revealed patterns I hadn't consciously chosen, the way I avoided certain corners, how I never sat with my back to specific doorways, the unconscious rhythm of my movements through rooms. Someone observing these patterns could predict my behavior with uncomfortable accuracy. The realization came gradually, like developing film in a darkroom. Shapes emerged from shadow, details sharpened, and suddenly the image was unmistakable. I had been living as both observer and observed, curator and exhibit. The house was a carefully constructed stage, and I had been performing without realizing I had an audience. But who was watching, and more unsettling, who had I been watching? The photographs told different stories depending on when I looked at them. Morning light revealed details that evening shadows obscured. Faces that seemed innocent in daylight carried darker implications under lamplight. I began to understand that truth was not fixed but fluid, shaped by perspective and circumstance. I found myself returning to the basement repeatedly, drawn by the promise of answers that remained perpetually just beyond reach. Each visit revealed new details in the collected documents, a date that connected to a memory, a name that triggered recognition, an address that seemed familiar though I couldn't place why. The collection was growing, though I never saw anyone add to it. The mirror in the hallway became a focal point of my unease. My reflection seemed to lag behind my movements, as if the person looking back was processing information before responding. I began to study my own face, searching for signs of deception or recognition. The exercise was unsettling, like trying to surprise yourself or tickle your own feet. Self-awareness created a distance between observer and observed that felt impossible to bridge. Sleep became elusive. I would lie awake listening to the house settle around me, interpreting each creak and sigh. The building seemed to breathe with a rhythm that didn't match my own, as if it were occupied by something larger than my solitary presence. I began to wonder if I had ever truly been alone, or if solitude was another performance I had unconsciously maintained. The coffee tasted different each morning, though I prepared it the same way. Sometimes bitter, sometimes too weak, occasionally with an aftertaste that lingered long after the cup was empty. I began to suspect that someone else was using the kitchen, making subtle adjustments to familiar rituals, but evidence of another presence remained frustratingly elusive. I started leaving small markers, a book positioned at a specific angle, a pen placed precisely parallel to the edge of a table, a chair pulled out exactly 6 inches from its usual position. These markers were consistently disturbed, moved just enough to be noticeable, but not enough to be obvious. The adjustment suggested someone who understood the importance of subtlety, who knew that dramatic changes would be too easily detected. The investigation became consuming. I documented everything: the position of objects, variations in daily routines, anomalies in familiar patterns. The documentation process revealed how much of my life operated on autopilot, guided by habits so ingrained they had become invisible. Consciousness was exhausting. I began to understand why most people chose to sleepwalk through their days. But consciousness also brought clarity. The house's secrets began to surface like objects rising from deep water. Hidden spaces revealed themselves: a closet behind a bookshelf, a room accessible only through a concealed door, storage areas that didn't appear on any floor plan I could remember seeing. Each discovery raised new questions about what else remained hidden. The concealed room was the most disturbing discovery. It was small, windowless, and clearly designed for observation. One wall was lined with monitors showing views of every room in the house. The feeds were live, capturing my movements in real time from angles I hadn't known existed. Cameras were embedded so skillfully in the architecture that they were virtually invisible, their presence revealed only by the perspectives they provided. I watched myself on the monitors, seeing my daily routines from an observer's viewpoint. The person on screen moved with unconscious purpose, following patterns that were clearly established and predictable. I looked like someone who knew they were being watched, even though I hadn't consciously acknowledged the surveillance. My body language suggested performance, as if I were acting the role of someone living a normal life. The monitors revealed other things too. Movements in rooms I wasn't occupying, shadows that didn't correspond to any visible presence, disturbances that occurred just outside the camera's range. The house was more active than I had realized, hosting activities that happened in the spaces between my awareness. I began to spend more time in the observation room, watching the feeds with the dedication of a security guard. The perspective was addictive, seeing myself from outside, understanding how my actions appeared to an observer. I started to modify my behavior based on how it looked on screen, adjusting my movements and expressions to create a more compelling performance. The line between observer and observed began to blur. Was I watching the monitors, or were the monitors watching me? The room contained its own camera, positioned to capture whoever sat in the observer's chair. I was simultaneously the audience and the show, the curator and the exhibit. The recursion was dizzying. I found recordings, hours of footage documenting my life from perspectives I hadn't known existed. The archive stretched back further than I could remember, showing versions of myself I didn't recognize. The person on screen evolved over time, becoming more self-conscious, more performative, more aware of being watched. The progression was subtle but unmistakable. Who had been collecting this footage? And why did some of the recordings show me doing things I couldn't remember doing? The house began to feel less like a home and more like an elaborate trap. Every room served multiple purposes, the obvious function and the hidden one. The kitchen was for cooking and for being observed cooking. The bedroom was for sleeping and for being observed sleeping. Privacy was an illusion maintained by carefully positioned blind spots that could be eliminated at any time. I started to understand that the real mystery wasn't who was watching me, but who I had been before I became aware of being watched. The person in the early recordings seemed genuinely unconscious of the surveillance, moving with natural ease through spaces that now felt artificial. When had that innocence been lost, and what had replaced it? The basement box continued to accumulate new items, though I never witnessed the additions. Documents appeared, overnight photographs of places I might have visited, receipts for purchases I might have made, letters written in handwriting that might have been mine. The collection was building a case, but for what crime and against whom remained unclear. I began to suspect that I was both investigator and suspect, building evidence for a case against myself. But the nature of the alleged crime remained frustratingly vague. Was it the crime of being watched or the crime of watching? Was I victim or perpetrator? The distinction seemed to matter less with each passing discovery. The mirror in the hallway became my confessional. I would stand before it, studying my reflection for signs of guilt or innocence. The face looking back revealed nothing definitive. It could belong to either a victim or a perpetrator, someone who had been deceived or someone who had been deceiving. The ambiguity was perfect and maddening. I realized that the house had been training me, conditioning me to accept surveillance as normal. The gradual introduction of cameras, the subtle adjustments to my environment, the careful documentation of my responses, it was all part of an elaborate experiment in which I was simultaneously the subject and the researcher. But experiments require hypotheses, and hypotheses require investigators. Someone had designed this elaborate setup, someone with patience and resources and a deep understanding of human psychology. The question was whether that someone was me or someone else entirely. The coffee this morning tasted exactly as it should, familiar without being bitter, warm without carrying the weight of unspoken apologies. I crossed the threshold, counting steps on the smooth wooden floor. The creak came on the 5th step, exactly where it belonged. My fingers brushed the wallpaper, feeling only faded patterns that held no secrets. In the hallway mirror, my reflection moved in perfect synchronization with my body. I turned away, and no echo followed. The floorboard remained silent, holding its questions close, but I had learned to provide my own answers. Story 6. It happened regularly, like an old pendulum clock marking time, though no one listened. Each morning on my way to the corner store, the calendar behind the glass would change, a page flipped with precise care. A small habit maintained silently without fail. Then last Tuesday it showed the wrong date a day behind. I shrugged it off until by Friday the page was torn but still turned as if untouched. Curious, I waited through the weekend, expecting the familiar adjustment, the return of predictability. But this morning the pages remained as they were, and the dust on the ledge was undisturbed. I know what happened to the woman who lived in that house, the elderly lady with the careful hands and the morning routine that never wavered. She died quietly in her sleep, probably sometime over the weekend. Natural causes, peaceful, the kind of ending we all hope for when our time comes. The calendar stopped turning because she wasn't there to turn it anymore. Simple as that. I've been walking this route for 3 years now, and she was always there. Never spoke to her, mind you, but I'd catch glimpses through the front window. Gray hair pulled back neat, wearing those thick cardigans even in warm weather. She'd be at her kitchen table with a cup of tea, reaching over to flip that calendar page with the same deliberate motion every single morning. Clockwork precision. The house sits back from the street, surrounded by overgrown hedges that she never bothered to trim. Made sense for someone her age. The front steps sag a little and the paint peels around the window frames, but the inside always looked tidy from what I could see. Everything in its place. The calendar hung on the wall, just visible through the glass, close enough to the window that I could make out the numbers when the light hit it right. It's a small neighborhood, the kind where people mostly keep to themselves but notice the patterns anyway. Mrs. Henderson next door probably hasn't realized yet. She's usually too busy with her own morning routine, watering those prize roses of hers. The mailman might have noticed the pile building up, but he's new and probably doesn't know the difference yet. I should call someone, I suppose. The police, or maybe social services. Someone needs to check on her, make it official. But there's something holding me back, some small detail that keeps nagging at me. The calendar page was torn, but it still got turned. I keep coming back to that. How does a torn page get flipped so carefully? When I noticed it on Friday, the tear ran right down the middle, splitting the date in half. But the page had been folded back along the spiral binding just like always, creased neat and flat, not crumpled or hanging loose like you'd expect from someone struggling with damaged paper. Maybe she was having trouble with her hands, arthritis perhaps, that would explain the tearing. Old fingers not as steady as they used to be. She probably felt frustrated about it, but kept up the routine anyway. Habits die hard, especially when you get to that age. The routine becomes more important than the execution. But then why did it stop completely? If she was determined enough to keep going even with torn pages, what changed over the weekend? I found myself walking slower past the house this morning, trying to peer through the glass without being obvious about it. The kitchen looked the same as always. Table, chairs, the small television on the counter. No signs of disturbance. No indication that anything was wrong beyond the simple absence of movement. The dust on the windowsill bothered me more than it should have. Not thick, just a light coating that hadn't been there before, like no one had passed by that window in days. She used to brush against it when she reached for the calendar, leaving small smudges on the glass that caught the morning sun. Now the surface looked untouched, pristine in a way that felt wrong. I'm probably overthinking this. People die. It happens every day, especially to folks her age living alone. The details I'm fixating on are just the natural result of routine being interrupted. When someone's daily pattern suddenly stops, of course things look different. Of course dust settles where it didn't before. But walking home from the store, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was off. The house felt different, not just quiet, abandoned, like it had been empty longer than a few days. The newspapers piling up on the front step looked weathered, edges curled for moisture. How long does it take for paper to start looking like that? I tried to remember the last time I actually saw her, not just the evidence of her presence. The calendar had been changing, so I assumed she was there, but when did I last catch a glimpse of gray hair and cardigan? When did I last see her hand reaching across the table? The memory felt slippery, hard to pin down. Maybe a week ago, 2 weeks, I realized I'd been seeing what I expected to see, not necessarily what was actually there. The changing calendar had been proof enough that life continued in that house. I never questioned it. Standing there on the sidewalk, staring at the motionless curtains, I started to wonder if I'd been wrong about everything. What if she didn't die over the weekend? What if she'd been gone longer and someone else had been turning those pages? A relative, maybe, or a caregiver. Someone who knew about her routine and tried to maintain it. That would explain the torn page, unfamiliar hands struggling with her careful system. But then who was this person, and why had they stopped coming? Why abandon the pretense now? The thought sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the morning air. If someone else had been in that house, turning the calendar to maintain an illusion of normalcy, what were they hiding? And why had the charade suddenly ended? I walked past the house again that evening, telling myself I was just curious, just concerned. The windows were dark, no glow from the television or the small lamp she used to keep on the kitchen counter. The silence felt heavy, pressing against the glass like something alive. The calendar was still visible in the dim light filtering through from the street. Same torn page, same wrong date, but looking at it now I noticed something I'd missed before. The tear wasn't jagged like you'd expect from old hands fumbling with paper. It was clean, straight, almost deliberate. Like someone had cut it with a blade. My mouth went dry. I stood there on the sidewalk, staring at that torn calendar page, and felt the certainty I'd carried all day crumble away. This wasn't the story of an elderly woman dying peacefully in her sleep. This was something else entirely. But what and how long had I been walking past this house, assuming normalcy, while something terrible festered behind those walls? I thought about calling the police then, but what would I tell them? That a calendar stopped being turned, that dust had settled on a windowsill, that a torn page looked too neat. They'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. I went home and tried to put it out of my thoughts, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept seeing that calendar in my mind, the precise tear, the careful way it had been folded back despite the damage. Someone had been very deliberate about maintaining that routine, but who and why? The next morning I took a different route to the store. I told myself I needed the exercise, that the change of scenery would do me good. But really, I couldn't face walking past that house again. Not yet. Not until I figured out what I was actually seeing. But avoidance only made it worse. All day, I found myself thinking about the woman with the gray hair and careful hands, trying to remember details, to separate what I'd actually observed from what I'd assumed. The exercise left me more unsettled than before. How well had I really known her routine? I'd seen the calendar change, yes, but had I ever watched her do it? Or had I simply noticed the result and filled in the explanation that made the most sense? Memory is a tricky thing. The more you examine it, the less reliable it becomes. I started to doubt everything I thought I knew about the woman in that house. Maybe she wasn't elderly. Maybe the gray hair belonged to someone else entirely. Maybe there had never been just one person living there. The thought hit me like cold water. What if I'd been watching multiple people all along, mistaking them for one? What if the careful routine, the precise timing had been a collaboration? A schedule maintained by different hands, different people taking turns? That would explain the sudden stop. If something had happened to disrupt their arrangement, if one of them had left or been unable to continue, the whole system would collapse. The calendar would stop turning because there was no one left to turn it. But that raised even more questions. Who were these people? Why the elaborate deception? What were they hiding that required such careful maintenance of normalcy? I found myself walking past the house again despite my earlier resolution. I couldn't help it. The questions pulled me back like gravity, but this time I looked at everything differently. The overgrown hedges weren't just neglect, they were cover. The peeling paint wasn't just age, it was camouflage. The house wasn't just quiet, it was watching. And maybe it was watching me too. The calendar page had changed. I stopped dead on the sidewalk, staring through the glass. The torn page was gone, replaced by a fresh one showing the correct date, turned sometime between yesterday evening and this morning, while I'd been lying awake wondering if I was losing my mind. So someone was still there, still maintaining the routine. But why had they let it lapse for those few days? Had they been testing something, waiting to see if anyone would notice? Had they been waiting to see if I would notice? The thought made my skin crawl. I backed away from the window, suddenly aware of how exposed I was standing there on the sidewalk. How long had I been watching this house, and how long had someone inside been watching me watch? I hurried home, my heart pounding for reasons I couldn't fully articulate, but even as I told myself I was being paranoid, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The game, whatever it was, had entered a new phase. And I was no longer just an observer. That night I sat by my own window, looking out at the street. Everything appeared normal. Cars parked in driveways, porch lights glowing, the familiar rhythm of suburban evening settling over the neighborhood. But underneath it all, I sensed something moving. Something deliberate and patient and completely invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. The woman with the gray hair and careful hands might never have existed at all, or she might have been the first victim in something much larger than I'd imagined. The calendar might be a signal, a code, a way of communicating that I'd stumbled into without understanding the language. And now that I'd noticed, now that I'd disrupted whatever delicate balance had been maintained in that house, what would happen next? I don't know who lives in that house. I don't know what the calendar really means or why it stopped and started again. I don't know if I've been watching a crime unfold or if I've become part of one simply by paying attention. But I know I can't stop watching now. Whatever truth is hidden behind that glass, whatever reality I've been glimpsing in fragments and assumptions, it's too late to look away. The calendar will change again tomorrow morning. Someone will turn that page with careful, deliberate hands, and I'll be there on the sidewalk, pretending to walk to the store, trying to catch a glimpse of who those hands belong to. Because now I understand that the real question isn't what happened to the woman in that house. The real question is what's going to happen to me. Story 7. The Silent House Asterisk. The main entrance sat slightly ajar at the time of inspection. Initial observations revealed a spotless interior, with no furniture displaced or items disarranged. The kitchen table displayed 2 plates, both cleaned of food residue without any cutlery or glasses present. Undisturbed dust lined the windowsills, yet the air felt newly disturbed. The clock on the wall remained functional, indicating the correct time, but its pendulum stood motionless. Every light switch was in the off position. However, the area maintained a constant, muted illumination. No footsteps disturbed the freshly vacuumed carpet. The empty room housed a faint echo, yet all windows were closed. I stepped inside and felt the weight of silence press against my eardrums. The house breathed around me, settling into its bones with soft creaks that seemed too deliberate. My badge felt heavy in my pocket as I pulled out my notebook, the pages crisp and expectant. This was supposed to be routine, a wellness check, nothing more. The woman who called it in lived next door. She had watched the house for days, she said, waiting for some sign of life. The mailbox overflowed, newspapers accumulated on the front step, yet someone had been maintaining the interior. Someone had been cleaning. I moved through the living room, noting how the cushions held perfect impressions, as if someone had just risen from them. The coffee table bore no rings from cups or glasses, no scattered magazines or remote controls. Everything existed in a state of suspended animation. My footsteps on the hardwood created the only sound, each step echoing back at me with unusual clarity. The kitchen drew my attention first. Those two plates bothered me. They sat precisely parallel to each other, one at each end of the small table. Clean, yes, but not merely clean. They possessed the kind of spotless quality that comes from obsessive attention. I leaned closer and caught the faint scent of bleach, so subtle I almost missed it. The smell triggered something in my memory, a case from years back, but the connection slipped away before I could grasp it. I opened the refrigerator. Inside, everything was arranged with military precision. Condiments lined up by height, vegetables sorted by color. Milk and juice containers faced label forward, but the expiration dates told a different story. Most items had passed their prime weeks ago. Some bore dates from over a month past, yet nothing showed signs of spoilage, nothing smelled off. The bedroom upstairs maintained the same unsettling perfection. The bed was made with hospital corners, the pillows fluffed and positioned exactly center. But when I pressed my hand against the mattress, it yielded as if someone had been lying there recently. The sheets carried the faintest warmth, though the house felt cool throughout. I found the first real clue in the bathroom medicine cabinet. Prescription bottles lined the shelves, all bearing the same patient name. Antidepressants, anti-anxiety medication, sleep aids. The dates ranged back several months, but every bottle was empty. Not a single pill remained in any container. My phone buzzed. The neighbor wanted to know if I had found anything. I stepped outside to take her call, grateful for the fresh air and normal sounds of the street. She appeared at her window as we spoke, a woman in her 70s with sharp eyes and carefully styled gray hair. "They were such a quiet couple," she said. "Never any trouble, but lately I only saw one of them, the wife. She would come and go at odd hours, always carrying cleaning supplies from the store." "When did you last see the husband?" She paused, and I could see her thinking through the window. That's the thing, I can't remember exactly. It feels recent, but when I really think about it, maybe it's been longer than I realized. After hanging up, I returned to the house with a different perspective. I wasn't looking for signs of life anymore. I was looking for signs of concealment. The basement stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my descent into the cooler air below. The smell of bleach grew stronger here, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. The basement had been converted into a workshop of sorts. Tools hung on pegboards with the same obsessive organization I had noticed upstairs, but some of the tools showed recent use. A shovel bore traces of fresh soil. A tarp had been folded and refolded, leaving permanent creases. I found the second clue behind the water heater. A small digital recorder, the kind used for voice memos. The battery was nearly dead, but it contained one file. I pressed play and heard a woman's voice, strained and tired. "I can't keep doing this. The smell is getting worse, and I'm running out of places to put things. Maybe I should call someone. Maybe I should just stop." The recording cut off abruptly. I played it again, listening for background sounds, for any clue about when it was made, but the woman's voice offered no additional context. It could have been recorded yesterday or weeks ago. Back upstairs, I searched with renewed purpose. In the master bedroom closet, I found clothes for two people, but everything belonging to the husband was pushed to one side, as if making room. The hangers were spaced evenly, but dust had settled on the shoulders of his suits and shirts. These clothes hadn't been disturbed in some time. The wife's side of the closet told a different story. Recent dry cleaning tags, shoes with fresh wear patterns, a purse hanging on a hook containing a wallet with current credit cards and a driver's license. But when I looked at the photo on the license, something seemed off about the woman's expression. She stared at the camera with hollow eyes, as if she was looking through it rather than at it. I called the station and requested a full forensics team. While waiting for them to arrive, I continued my search. In the kitchen, I opened every drawer and cabinet. Most contained the usual household items, but one drawer held something unusual. A collection of receipts, all from the same hardware store, all recent. Bleach, plastic sheeting, lime, industrial-strength cleaning supplies. The purchases formed a pattern that made my stomach tighten. The forensics team arrived as afternoon shadows began lengthening across the lawn. I briefed them on what I had found, emphasizing the basement and the unusual cleanliness of the house. They set to work with their cameras and testing equipment while I interviewed more neighbors. The story that emerged was troubling. The couple had lived in the house for over a decade. They kept to themselves but seemed happy enough. The husband worked from home, something involving computers. The wife had been a teacher before retiring early due to health issues, but in recent months, neighbors had noticed changes. She started acting strange, one neighbor told me, jumpy, like she was always looking over her shoulder, and she would work in the yard at all hours, digging up plants and moving things around. Another neighbor mentioned seeing the wife loading heavy bags into her car late one evening. I thought maybe she was doing spring cleaning, getting rid of old clothes or something, but the bags looked heavy, like they contained something dense. When I returned to the house, the forensics team was finishing their preliminary work. The team leader approached me with a grim expression. We found traces of blood in the basement, despite extensive cleaning efforts. Someone tried very hard to eliminate evidence, but they missed some spots. We also found disturbed soil in the backyard, near the garden shed. That evening, I sat in my car outside the house, watching as crime scene tape was strung around the property. The neighbor who had called in the wellness check appeared at her window again, her face pale in the lamplight. I wondered what she was thinking, what she might have seen or heard that she hadn't mentioned yet. My phone rang. The station had run the license plate from the car in the driveway and discovered something interesting. The vehicle had been spotted on traffic cameras at various locations around town over the past few weeks, always during late evening or early morning hours. The pattern suggested someone making regular trips to remote areas outside town. The next morning brought more questions than answers. The forensics team had worked through the night, and their findings painted a disturbing picture. The blood in the basement was human, and testing would determine whose. The disturbed soil in the backyard contained traces of lime, consistent with someone attempting to accelerate decomposition. Most troubling, they had found additional recordings hidden throughout the house. I listened to these recordings in my office, with the door closed and the blinds drawn. The woman's voice chronicled a gradual descent into something dark and desperate. Early recordings mentioned arguments with her husband, complaints about his drinking and verbal abuse. Later entries revealed escalating fear and anger. He said he would leave me with nothing, her voice whispered from the small speaker. After everything I've done for him, everything I've sacrificed, he thinks he can just walk away. The recordings jumped forward in time, becoming more erratic and concerning. I didn't mean for it to happen like that, but he wouldn't stop yelling, wouldn't stop saying those things. Now I have to figure out what to do. I have to think. The final recording was the most chilling. It's easier than I thought it would be, breaking things down, making them manageable. I always was good at organizing, at making things neat and tidy. This is just another kind of cleaning. I set down the recorder and stared out the window at the normal world continuing its routine. People walked by on the sidewalk, unaware that I was listening to what might be a confession to murder. But even with these recordings, questions remained. Where was the husband's body? Where was the wife? And why had she left so much evidence behind? The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. The woman's former colleagues at the school where she had taught reached out after seeing news reports about the investigation. They painted a picture of someone who had been struggling long before her retirement. Panic attacks in the classroom, obsessive behavior regarding lesson plans and grading, a gradual withdrawal from social interactions. She was always so controlled, one teacher told me over the phone. Everything had to be perfect, her classroom, her appearance, her relationships. When things started falling apart at home, I think she couldn't handle the chaos. But the most revealing information came from her doctor's office. With a warrant, I gained access to her medical records. The empty prescription bottles I had found told only part of the story. She had been prescribed increasingly strong medications for anxiety and depression, but she had also been requesting sleeping pills for her husband, claiming he was having trouble resting. The pattern suggested something premeditated, someone slowly accumulating the means to render another person unconscious. Combined with the hardware store receipts and the recordings, a timeline began to emerge. Yet when we finally located the wife, the case took another unexpected turn. She was found at a motel several towns away, catatonic and unresponsive. She had been there for days, according to the desk clerk, just sitting in her room staring at the wall. When paramedics brought her to the hospital, she carried nothing but a single photograph of her and her husband from their wedding day. I visited her in the psychiatric ward, hoping to get some answers. She sat by the window in her hospital gown, looking smaller and more fragile than I had expected. When I introduced myself and explained why I was there, she turned to look at me with those same hollow eyes I had seen in her driver's license photo. "I kept everything so clean," she said finally. "So organized, but I couldn't organize him, couldn't make him fit into the pattern." I leaned forward. "What happened to your husband?" She smiled then, an expression that didn't reach her eyes. "He's in the garden. He always said he wanted to help things grow." But when we excavated the backyard, we found nothing. No body, no remains, no evidence of burial. The disturbed soil and lime traces suggested someone had planned to bury something there, but whatever had been intended for that spot was gone. The investigation expanded. We searched nearby forests, abandoned buildings, bodies of water. We interviewed every person who had known the couple. We analyzed traffic camera footage and cell phone records. But the husband remained missing, and the wife retreated further into her own mind, offering only cryptic statements that led nowhere. Months passed. The case grew cold despite our best efforts. The physical evidence suggested a murder had occurred, but without a body or a clear confession, prosecution became impossible. The wife was eventually transferred to a long-term psychiatric facility, where she spent her days arranging and rearranging small objects on her bedside table, creating perfect patterns that only she understood. I still drive by the house sometimes. It stands empty now, windows dark and lawn overgrown. The neighbors have moved on, but I can't shake the feeling that we missed something crucial, some detail that would make everything clear. Late at night, when I can't sleep, I listen to those recordings again. The woman's voice haunts me, not because of what she said, but because of what she didn't say. There are gaps in her story, moments where her voice changes, where she seems to be talking to someone else in the room. In the final recording, just before she mentions cleaning and organizing, there's a sound in the background, barely audible but definitely there. It sounds like footsteps, heavy footsteps moving across a wooden floor. The question that keeps me awake is simple but troubling. If she had already killed her husband, whose footsteps were those? Sometimes the truth isn't something you discover. Sometimes it's something that discovers you slowly and quietly when you're not prepared to handle what it reveals about the nature of reality and the people we think we know. The house keeps its secrets, and maybe that's for the best. Story 8. The weight of silence. I had just closed the window, the latch clicking into place. A cool draft brushed against my skin, leaving a trail of goosebumps. The room was silent, but my ears caught the faintest murmur, a ripple where there was none. The air tasted stale, like something left over. My heart quickened as I glanced around, sensing a shift in the shadows cast by the evening glow. The stillness felt charged, as if waiting for something to stir beneath the surface of calm. The usual hum was missing, replaced by a silence that seemed to know more than I did. The phone call had come that morning, a voice I barely recognized, trembling through the receiver, asking if I remembered her. Of course I did. We had worked together once, shared coffee breaks, and complained about deadlines. But that was before she moved away, before life pulled us in different directions. Now she was calling about her sister. "She's been missing for weeks," the voice had said, each word carefully measured. "The police think she just left, but I know better." I found myself agreeing to help before I fully understood what that meant. Maybe it was the way her voice cracked when she mentioned finding strange things in her sister's apartment. Maybe it was the silence that followed when I asked what kind of things. The apartment building looked ordinary enough from the outside. Red brick, narrow windows, the kind of place where people minded their own business. The hallway smelled of cleaning products mixed with something else, something organic and forgotten. My footsteps echoed against the worn carpet as I climbed to the third floor. She was waiting by the door, keys clutched in her palms so tightly they left indentations in her skin. Her resemblance to the missing woman was striking, though she seemed smaller somehow, as if worry had compressed her. We embraced briefly, and I caught the scent of her perfume, floral but too heavy, like she was trying to mask something underneath. "Thank you for coming," she whispered, though we were alone in the hallway. I didn't know who else to call. The apartment door opened with a soft creak. Inside, everything appeared normal at first glance. A small living room with a beige couch, a kitchen table set for one, books stacked neatly on shelves. But as my eyes adjusted, I began to notice the details that didn't quite fit. A coffee mug sitting on the counter, still bearing the ring of dried liquid at the bottom. Mail scattered across the table, some open, some not. A jacket draped over a chair as if someone had just taken it off. "The police said it looked like she packed and left," she explained, moving through the space with careful steps. "But look at this." She led me to the bedroom where the closet door stood open. Clothes hung in neat rows, but there were gaps, empty hangers swaying slightly in the disturbed air. On the dresser, a jewelry box sat open, revealing empty compartments where valuable pieces once rested. "They said she took what mattered to her," she continued, her voice growing tighter, "but she left this." From the nightstand drawer, she pulled out a small leather journal, its pages yellowed and worn from frequent handling. I took it from her hands, feeling the weight of it, the way the leather had molded to countless fingers. The cover was smooth except for one corner, where someone had picked at it nervously, creating tiny scratches in the material. I opened to a random page and found neat handwriting in blue ink. Daily observations, thoughts about work, mentions of people whose names meant nothing to me. But as I flipped through more pages, I noticed something odd. The entries became shorter, more cryptic. Instead of full sentences, there were fragments, single words underlined multiple times, question marks scattered across pages like punctuation marks had lost their meaning. She wrote in this every night, her sister said, watching me read. She told me once it helped her process things, make sense of her thoughts. She would never have left it behind. I continued reading, searching for patterns in the increasingly erratic entries. One word appeared frequently in the later pages, watching. Sometimes it was written normally, other times in capital letters, occasionally circled or underlined so heavily the pen had torn through the paper. Did she ever mention feeling like someone was following her? I asked. Her sister's face went pale. How did you know? The conversation that followed painted a picture of growing paranoia. Phone calls where no one spoke when she answered. The same car parked outside her building on different occasions. A feeling of being observed that had grown stronger over the weeks before her disappearance. Her sister had attributed it to stress from a new job, the pressure of living alone in an unfamiliar place. But what if she was right, she asked, her voice barely audible. What if someone really was watching her? We spent the rest of the afternoon going through the apartment methodically. In the kitchen, I found grocery receipts tucked between cookbook pages. The dates showed regular shopping trips up until 3 weeks ago, then nothing. But the refrigerator still contained food that should have spoiled by now, as if someone had been maintaining it in her absence. The bathroom yielded more inconsistencies. Her toothbrush was missing, along with basic toiletries, supporting the theory that she had packed for a trip, but a prescription bottle sat on the counter, nearly full. I recognized the medication name from commercials, something for anxiety that required daily use. The label showed it had been filled just days before her disappearance. She wouldn't have left without these, her sister confirmed when I showed her the bottle. She'd been taking them for months. Missing even a few doses made her feel terrible. As evening approached, we sat in the living room, surrounded by the evidence of a life interrupted. I found myself studying the space differently now, looking for signs of struggle or haste, but everything seemed too neat, too carefully arranged. Even the books on the shelves were organized by height, their spines perfectly aligned. Tell me about her routine, I said. What did a typical day look like? Her sister closed her eyes as if visualizing the schedule. She was very structured, up early, coffee and toast, always the same breakfast. She'd walk to work, take the same route every day. Lunch at her desk, home by evening, dinner while watching the news. She liked predictability. Did she ever deviate from that routine? Not usually, but in the weeks before she disappeared, she started coming home later. When I asked about it, she said she was taking different routes, trying to avoid someone. The pieces were forming a picture, but it was one filled with shadows and half-truths. I found myself thinking about the journal entries, the way the handwriting had changed from confident strokes to hurried scratches. Something had frightened her enough to alter years of established habits. We decided to walk the route she would have taken to work. The streets were quiet, lined with older buildings and small businesses that closed early. Streetlights created pools of yellow illumination, leaving long stretches of darkness between them. I could imagine how isolated this path would feel after sunset, how every footstep behind you would echo with potential threat. Halfway along the route, her sister stopped suddenly. There, she said, pointing to a narrow alley between two buildings. She mentioned this place once, said she'd seen someone standing there multiple times, always at the same spot. We approached the alley cautiously. It was barely wide enough for one person, filled with dumpsters and fire escapes. the smell of garbage mixed with something else, something metallic that made my stomach turn. At the far end, I could see where it opened onto another street, creating a perfect vantage point for watching pedestrians without being easily noticed. "Did she ever confront this person?" I asked. She was too scared. She said they never moved when she looked, just stood there watching until she was out of sight. We continued walking, but the conversation had shifted something in the air between us. Every shadow seemed to hold potential danger. Every sound made us turn our heads. By the time we reached her workplace, a small office building with limited evening lighting, I understood why she had felt vulnerable. The building's security guard recognized her sister immediately. He was an older man with kind eyes who spoke about the missing woman with genuine concern. "She was always polite," he said, "but in those last weeks she seemed different. Nervous, you know. She started asking me to walk her to her car, said she didn't feel safe." "Did you ever see anyone hanging around watching the building?" I asked. His expression grew thoughtful. "There was this one person, always wore dark clothing, hood up. I'd see them across the street sometimes when she was leaving. Never thought much of it until she mentioned feeling followed." "Can you describe them?" "Average height, thin build, but they stayed far enough away that I couldn't see much detail. Could have been anyone, really." The walk back to the apartment felt longer, weighted with new information that only deepened the mystery. Her sister walked close beside me, our shoulders occasionally brushing as we navigated the uneven sidewalk. The silence between us was comfortable but charged with unspoken questions. Back in the apartment, I found myself drawn to the journal again. This time I read more carefully, looking for specific details rather than general patterns. In one of the final entries, written in handwriting so shaky it was barely legible, I found something that made my breath catch. "They know where I live now," the entry read. "Found them standing outside my building this morning. Same dark clothes, same stillness. When I looked down from my window, they looked up. I saw their face for just a moment before they walked away. I know them." I read the passage aloud and her sister's face went white. She knew who was watching her. I flipped through the remaining pages frantically, looking for more information, but the entries stopped there. The rest of the journal was blank, as if she had simply stopped writing mid-thought. "We need to talk to her neighbors," I said. "Someone might have seen something." The next morning brought a series of conversations that painted an increasingly disturbing picture. The woman in the apartment below remembered hearing pacing footsteps at odd hours, as if someone was walking back and forth across the floor. The man across the hall mentioned seeing her peering through her peephole whenever he came or went, always checking the hallway before opening her door. But it was the elderly woman at the end of the hall who provided the most unsettling information. She had insomnia, she explained, and often sat by her window during the early morning hours. She had noticed someone standing across the street on multiple occasions, always in the same spot, always facing the building. "I thought it was strange," she said, her voice wavering with age and uncertainty. "Who stands in one place for that long?" But when I mentioned it to her, she got very upset, asked me to call the police if I ever saw them again. "Did you?" I asked. Her face crumpled with guilt. I should have, but the next few times I looked, there was no one there. I thought maybe the problem had resolved itself. The conversation left me with more questions than answers. If the missing woman had identified her stalker, why hadn't she gone to the police herself? What had prevented her from seeking help through official channels? Her sister and I spent that afternoon calling hospitals, shelters, anywhere someone might go if they were running from danger. Each conversation ended the same way, with no record of anyone matching her description. It was as if she had simply vanished from existence. But as we made these calls, I began to notice something troubling about her sister's behavior. She would step away during certain conversations, claiming she needed air or water. When I asked direct questions about their relationship, her answers became vague, filled with generalities rather than specific memories. "When was the last time you actually spoke to her?" I asked during one of these moments. She hesitated, her hands fidgeting with the phone cord. "A few weeks before she disappeared, maybe longer." "How much longer?" "I don't know, time gets confusing when you're worried." That evening, alone in my hotel room, I found myself questioning everything I thought I knew about the case. The evidence was contradictory, the timeline unclear, and the person who had asked for my help seemed to be hiding something important. I decided to do some investigating on my own. Using the address from the apartment, I searched public records and found something that made my stomach drop. The lease for the apartment was in a different name entirely, someone I had never heard of. When I cross-referenced that name with local records, I found an obituary dated 6 months earlier. The missing woman, according to official records, had never lived in that apartment at all. I called her sister immediately, my hands shaking as I dialed. When she answered, her voice sounded different, more guarded. "We need to talk," I said. "There are some things that don't add up." The silence on the other end of the line stretched uncomfortably long. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know what you found." We met at a coffee shop the next morning, a neutral location where the ambient noise would mask our conversation. She looked smaller than before, diminished by whatever truth she was carrying. Her hands wrapped around her coffee cup as if seeking warmth, though the morning was mild. "Her name wasn't what I told you," she began, not meeting my eyes, "and she wasn't really my sister." The story that emerged was complex and heartbreaking. They had met at a support group for people dealing with anxiety and depression. Both had struggled with feeling watched, followed, targeted by unknown threats. They had bonded over their shared paranoia, supporting each other through episodes of fear and uncertainty. She was getting better, she continued, tears forming in her eyes. The medication was helping and she had started to feel safe again. But then the watching started again, and this time it was real. "How do you know it was real?" "Because I saw them too." The revelation shifted everything I thought I understood about the case. The woman who had asked for my help wasn't a concerned sister, but a fellow victim, someone who had watched her friend disappear and feared she might be next. "Why didn't you tell me the truth from the beginning?" I asked. "Because who would believe me? Two women with anxiety disorders claiming they're being stalked by the same person. It sounds like shared delusion, not a real threat." But as she spoke, I realized that the evidence supported her story more than it contradicted it. The careful observation, the documentation in the journal, the gradual escalation of fear, all of it pointed to someone who was genuinely in danger. "Do you have any idea who might have been watching both of you?" She nodded slowly, reaching into her purse to pull out a folded piece of paper. "I found this in my mailbox yesterday." I unfolded the paper and found a printed photograph, clearly taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. It showed the two of us walking along the route to her friend's workplace, our heads closed together in conversation. At the bottom, someone had written a single word in red ink: soon. The coffee shop suddenly felt too exposed, too public. I found myself scanning the other customers, looking for anyone who seemed too interested in our conversation. The paranoia that had consumed her friend was beginning to affect me too, and I understood how easily fear could become a constant companion. "We need to go to the police," I said. "With what?" "A photograph and the testimony of two people with documented mental health issues. They'll think we're feeding each other's delusions." She was right, and we both knew it. The evidence was circumstantial at best, and our credibility was compromised by our connection to the missing woman and her history of anxiety. But as we sat there struggling with the impossibility of our situation, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Across the street, partially hidden behind a parked car, stood a figure in dark clothing. They were too far away for me to make out details, but their posture was unmistakable. They were watching us. I pointed them out quietly, and she turned to look. The moment our eyes focused on the figure, they stepped back, disappearing behind the car. We waited, watching, but they didn't reappear. "That's them," she whispered. "That's exactly how it always happens." We left the coffee shop quickly, taking a circuitous route back to my hotel. Several times I thought I caught glimpses of the same figure maintaining distance behind us, but whenever I turned for a better look, they were gone. In my hotel room, we tried to make sense of what we knew. Someone had been watching her friend, had escalated their surveillance to the point where she felt compelled to flee. Now that same person seemed to be targeting the woman who had asked for my help, and possibly me as well. "There has to be a connection," I said, "something that links you both to this person." We spent hours going through every detail of their friendship, looking for common experiences or shared acquaintances. The support group seemed like the most obvious connection, but she insisted that all the other members were dealing with their own struggles and posed no threat. "What about the group leader?" I asked. "Did they have access to personal information about the members?" Her face went pale. They knew everything: where we lived, where we worked, our schedules, our fears. We trusted them completely. The realization hit us both simultaneously. The person they had turned to for help with their paranoia had been in the perfect position to exploit their vulnerabilities. Someone who understood their mental health struggles would know exactly how to gaslight them, how to make them question their own perceptions while systematically terrorizing them. "But why?" she asked. "What would they gain from this?" I didn't have an answer, but I knew we needed to find one quickly. The photograph in her mailbox suggested that whoever was behind this was escalating, moving from observation to direct contact. We decided to visit the location where the support group had met, hoping to find some clue about the leader's identity or motivations. The building was a community center, old and worn but well maintained. The evening session was just ending as we arrived, and I watched the participants file out, noting their body language and interactions. The group leader was younger than I had expected, with an open face and gentle manner that would naturally inspire trust. They spoke to each member individually as they left, offering encouragement and scheduling follow-up sessions. Nothing about their behavior seemed predatory or suspicious. But as we watched from across the parking lot, I noticed something that made me uneasy. After the last participant had gone, the leader remained in the building for several more minutes. When they finally emerged, they were carrying a small bag and looking around carefully before walking to their car. "That's not normal," she whispered beside me. "They usually left right after the sessions ended." We followed at a distance as they drove through the quiet streets. Their route was indirect, full of unnecessary turns and stops that suggested they were either lost or trying to avoid being followed. Eventually, they pulled into the parking lot of a storage facility on the outskirts of town. From our vantage point, we watched them unlock one of the units and disappear inside. They emerged several minutes later, no longer carrying the bag, and drove away quickly. "We have to see what's in there," I said, though the words felt dangerous even as I spoke them. The storage facility was poorly lit and minimally secured. We waited until well after midnight before approaching the unit, using a small flashlight to navigate between the rows of identical metal doors. The lock was standard, but I had learned a few things about picking locks during my younger, more reckless years. Inside the unit, we found something that defied explanation. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, showing dozens of different people in various everyday situations. Walking to work, grocery shopping, sitting in cafes, entering and leaving buildings. All taken from a distance, all without the subject's knowledge. But it was the organization system that truly disturbed me. Each photograph was labeled with a name, date, and detailed notes about the person's routine, habits, and psychological state. I recognized several faces from the support group, including her missing friend and herself. "This isn't just about you two," I realized. "This is much bigger." We found files containing personal information that could only have been obtained through careful surveillance or illegal access to private records. Medical histories, financial information, family relationships, all cataloged with clinical precision. But the most chilling discovery was a journal, similar to the one her friend had kept, but filled with the observations of the stalker rather than the victim. The entries detailed the psychological manipulation techniques used to increase each target's anxiety and paranoia, creating a feedback loop that made them more dependent on the support group and less likely to be believed by others. "They were experimenting on us," she said, her voice hollow with realization, "using our mental health struggles as cover for some kind of psychological research." The final entries in the journal focused on her friend, documenting the escalation of surveillance and the subject's growing awareness of being watched. The last entry was dated the day before her disappearance and contained a single, terrifying line: "Subject has become too aware. Termination of study required." We photographed everything we could with our phones, knowing that this evidence might be our only chance at justice. But as we prepared to leave, we heard the sound of a car engine in the parking lot outside. The beam of headlights swept across the facility as someone pulled up to the office. We had no way of knowing if it was security, the facility owner, or the person whose sick collection we had just discovered. We turned off our flashlight and waited in the darkness, listening to footsteps approaching our row of units. The footsteps stopped directly outside our hiding place. We could hear someone breathing just beyond the thin metal door, could sense their presence like a weight in the darkness. My heart hammered so loudly I was certain they could hear it. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the footsteps moved away. We heard a car door slam and an engine start, then the sound of tires on gravel fading into the distance. We waited another hour before emerging from the storage unit, carefully replacing everything as we had found it. The drive back to town was silent, both of us processing the magnitude of what we had discovered. The next morning, we went to the police with our evidence. The detective who took our statement was professional but skeptical, clearly struggling to reconcile our claims with our connection to the missing woman's mental health history. "This is a serious accusation," he said, reviewing the photographs we had taken. "But obtaining this evidence required breaking and entering. That complicates things legally." "What about the missing woman?" I asked. "Doesn't this prove she was in real danger?" "It suggests she may have been under surveillance," he admitted, "but we still don't know what happened to her or where she is now." The investigation that followed was frustratingly slow. The support group leader was questioned but released, claiming the storage unit belonged to a research project they were conducting with proper ethical oversight. The photographs, they insisted, were taken in public spaces where people had no expectation of privacy. Without concrete evidence of a crime, the police could do little more than increase patrols in the area and advise potential victims to take precautions. The missing woman remained missing, and her friend continued to live in fear of being watched. But something had changed in the dynamic of the situation. Our discovery of the storage unit had shifted us from passive victims to active threats to whoever was behind the surveillance. The careful distance they had maintained was no longer sufficient to protect their secret. The escalation began subtly. Strange phone calls at odd hours, always hanging up when answered. Cars that seemed to follow the same routes we took, always staying just far enough back to maintain plausible deniability. The feeling of being watched became constant, oppressive, inescapable. One evening, as I sat in my hotel room reviewing my notes on the case, I found a manila envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a single photograph of me sleeping, taken from somewhere inside the room. At the bottom, in the same red ink as before, someone had written, "You should have minded your own business." I called hotel security immediately, but they found no evidence of forced entry. The door had been locked, the windows were secure, and the security cameras in the hallway showed no one approaching my room. It was as if the photograph had materialized from nowhere. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair facing the door, listening to every sound in the building, watching for any sign of intrusion. But the hours passed quietly, and morning came without incident. I met her for breakfast, and she took one look at my face and knew something had happened. When I showed her the photograph, her hands began to shake. "They were in your room," she whispered. "How is that possible?" I had no answer. The technical skill required to enter a secured hotel room without detection suggested resources and expertise far beyond what we had assumed we were dealing with. This wasn't just a disturbed individual acting alone. "We need to leave," I said, "both of us, get as far away from here as possible." But even as I said it, I knew it wouldn't be enough. Whoever was behind this had demonstrated the ability to track their targets across distances, to access private spaces, to remain invisible while maintaining constant surveillance. Running would only delay the inevitable. That afternoon, we received a phone call that changed everything. The police had found a body. The remains were discovered in a remote area outside town, partially buried and badly decomposed. The identification process would take time, but personal effects found at the scene matched items known to belong to the missing woman. Her friend collapsed when she heard the news, all her hopes for a different outcome crashing down at once. I held her as she sobbed, feeling the weight of our failure to save someone who had reached out for help. But as the initial shock wore off, new questions emerged. The location where the body was found was nowhere near the routes the missing woman was known to travel. The burial was too neat, too carefully concealed to be the work of someone acting in panic or haste. This was planned, I told the detective handling the case. Whoever killed her had been thinking about it for a long time. He nodded grimly. The preliminary examination suggests she'd been dead for weeks, possibly since around the story 9. It echoed softly like the click of a pen being reset, though I held nothing in my hand. From my position on the couch, the world was quiet, apart from the sound that felt impossibly close. I turned my head slightly, scanning the dim room for movement, but everything was still. The click came again, teasingly familiar yet out of place, weaving with the ticking of the wall clock. My pulse quickened as the sound persisted, no longer just a noise, but a feeling that crept along my skin. It drew me to the study, where the scent of old paper lingered, though I couldn't recall the last time I'd been in there. The air was thick with the weight of forgotten seconds, and I felt them pressing on my mind. I hadn't heard that distinct click since the day it all went wrong. Standing in the doorway, I forced myself to remember the sequence as I understood it. My colleague had come to the house that afternoon, nervous about something at work. We discussed the missing files, the ones that had vanished from the office server without explanation. She'd been convinced someone was watching her, following her movements through the building's security cameras. I'd made coffee, we'd sat in the kitchen, and she'd show me printouts of data that didn't make sense. The conversation had grown heated, not angry but urgent. She'd insisted we needed to contact someone higher up, that the discrepancies weren't accidental. I'd counseled patience, suggested we gather more evidence first. She'd left around 5, taking her papers with her, promising to call the next day. That was the last time anyone saw her. But now, touching the doorframe of the study, my fingertips detected something wrong. The wood felt different, smoother in one spot, as if it had been wiped clean recently. I hadn't cleaned this room in weeks. The realization sent a chill through my shoulders, settling between my shoulder blades like a cold hand. I stepped inside, breathing in that musty paper smell again. The desk sat exactly as I remembered leaving it, laptop closed, a few scattered bills beside it. Yet something about the arrangement felt staged, too perfect. The chair was pushed in at precisely the right angle. The pen holder sat centered on the desk pad. I never left things this orderly. My fingers traced the desk's surface, and there it was again, that clicking sound. But this time it seemed to come from inside my head, synchronized with my heartbeat. I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to steady myself, and suddenly the room shifted. Not physically, but in my perception. The afternoon light filtering through the blinds looked different, harsher. The shadows fell at wrong angles, and there was something else, a faint metallic taste on my tongue that reminded me of fear. In this altered moment, I saw her differently, not sitting in the kitchen discussing files, but here in the study. Her face was pale, eyes wide with something beyond professional concern. She wasn't holding printouts, but a small recording device, its red light blinking steadily. That was the clicking, the sound of it cycling through its memory. "You don't understand," she was saying, but her voice sounded muffled, as if coming from underwater. "It's not about the files, it's about what they represent, what you've been doing." I shook my head, dispelling the vision, but my hands were trembling now. That conversation had never happened. We talked in the kitchen about work problems, nothing more. Yet the taste of metal lingered in my mouth, and when I looked down at the desk, I noticed something I'd missed before. A small indentation in the wood, perfectly round, as if something heavy had been pressed there repeatedly, the size of a recording device. I backed away from the desk, my breath coming shorter. The logical explanation held firm in my mind like a lifeline. She'd come, we'd talked, she'd left. The next day her supervisor had called looking for her. By evening her family had filed a missing person report. The investigation had been thorough but yielded nothing. No signs of struggle, no unusual activity on her accounts, no witnesses to anything suspicious. I'd been questioned, of course, as the last person to see her. I told them about our conversation, about her concerns regarding the missing files. They'd checked my story, examined my house, found nothing unusual. The case had gone cold within a month. But standing in the study now, I felt the weight of those forgotten seconds pressing against my consciousness like water against a dam. The clicking sound had returned, softer now but more insistent. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the very air around me. I moved to the window and lifted the blind. The view was ordinary, just the backyard with its overgrown grass and the neighbor's fence. Yet something about the scene triggered another shift in my perception. The grass looked trampled in places, forming a pattern I hadn't noticed before, or perhaps I'd chosen not to notice. My reflection in the glass stared back at me, but for a moment it seemed like someone else's face. The features were mine, but the expression held a knowledge I didn't want to possess. I touched the window, and my reflection did the same, but there was a delay, as if the image was deciding whether to cooperate. The metallic taste grew stronger, and with it came fragments of memory that felt both foreign and familiar. Her voice, not discussing files but pleading. The weight of something in my hands, heavier than a coffee cup. The sound of that device clicking as it recorded words I couldn't quite recall. I stumbled back from the window, my heart racing. These weren't memories, they were imaginings born from guilt and stress. The investigation had cleared me. There was no evidence because there was nothing to find. She'd left my house alive and had disappeared somewhere else for reasons unrelated to our conversation. Yet my body seemed to remember things my mind rejected. My muscles held tension in specific places, as if they'd performed actions I couldn't recall. My right shoulder ached with a familiar soreness, the kind that comes from lifting something awkward and heavy. When had I done such lifting? The study felt smaller now, the walls closer. I noticed details that seemed both new and ancient. A slight discoloration on the carpet near the desk. A barely perceptible scratch on the wall at shoulder height. The faint outline of something rectangular on the bookshelf, as if an object had sat there for a long time before being removed. I forced myself to sit in the desk chair, trying to ground myself in the present moment. The leather creaked under my weight, and the sound triggered another wave of disorientation. I'd heard that exact creak before, but not when I was sitting. I'd heard it from across the room, as if someone else had been in the chair. The clicking sound grew louder, more urgent. I opened the desk drawers one by one, searching for its source, but found only the usual clutter of office supplies and old receipts. In the bottom drawer, my fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small key I didn't recognize. It was warm to the touch, as if recently handled. What did it open? I examined it closely, noting its unusual shape, the way it seemed designed for something specific and important. A safe deposit box, perhaps, or a filing cabinet, but I owned neither and had no memory of acquiring this key. Unless the memory was buried beneath the version of events I'd constructed to protect myself. The thought arrived unbidden, carrying with it a cascade of sensations. The smell of cleaning solution, sharp and chemical, the feeling of fabric between my fingers, soft and familiar, the sound of water running, not from a faucet but from something larger, more industrial. I stood abruptly, the key clutched in my palm. These sensations felt more real than my rational memories, more textured and immediate. They carried emotional weight that my official version lacked. In that version, I was a concerned colleague, helpful and cooperative. In these fragments, I was something else entirely. The study door creaked behind me, though I felt no breeze. When I turned, the room looked different again, older somehow, as if years had passed in moments. The dust motes in the air moved in patterns that defied the stillness, swirling like tiny galaxies around an invisible center. I walked to that center, guided by instinct rather than sight, and found myself standing exactly where the carpet was discolored. The stain was subtle, barely visible unless you knew where to look. It had the faded quality of something that had been cleaned repeatedly, but never quite eliminated. Kneeling, I pressed my palm against the spot. The carpet felt different here, stiffer, as if the fibers had been damaged and replaced. The backing beneath was slightly raised, suggesting something had once pressed up from below, something that had left a permanent impression. The metallic taste in my mouth intensified, and suddenly I was somewhere else entirely. Not the study, but a different room, darker and more confined. The walls were concrete, the floor smooth and sloped toward a central drain. Industrial lighting cast harsh shadows, and the air smelled of chemicals and something else, something organic and troubling. She was there, but not speaking about files. Her eyes held a terrible understanding, and her hands were bound behind her back with something that looked like electrical cord. The recording device sat on a metal table, its red light blinking steadily, documenting everything. "Please," she was saying, but the words seemed to come from very far away. "I never meant to find out. I can forget. I can disappear on my own." But even as this vision unfolded, another part of my mind rejected it completely. These were the fantasies of a guilty conscience, the product of stress and too many crime documentaries. The truth was simpler and less dramatic. She'd come to my house, we'd talked, she'd left. Whatever happened to her occurred elsewhere, involving people I'd never met. I opened my eyes, not realizing I'd closed them, and found myself back in the study. The key was still in my hand, its metal surface now slick with perspiration. The clicking sound had evolved into something more complex, a rhythm that suggested machinery in operation. Moving to the bookshelf, I examined the rectangular outline I'd noticed earlier. It was precisely the size of that recording device, and when I pressed against it, the wood gave slightly, as if hollow beneath. I inserted the key into a tiny hole I hadn't seen before, and something inside the wall clicked open. A small compartment revealed itself, containing items that shouldn't exist. The recording device, its surface scratched and worn, a driver's license with her photo, but a different name. A plane ticket to a distant city, dated for the day after she disappeared. And beneath it all, a note in handwriting I recognized as my own, though I had no memory of writing it. "She found the accounts," it read, "the money I've been moving through the company systems. She recorded our conversation and threatened exposure unless I confessed. I had no choice but to protect myself and my family. The storage unit key is taped under the kitchen sink. The rental agreement expires at the end of the month." I stared at the note, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it. This wasn't my handwriting, despite its familiarity. These weren't my thoughts, despite their intimate knowledge of my circumstances. Someone had planted these items, constructed this elaborate frame to make me doubt my own memory. But even as I formed this explanation, my body was moving with practiced efficiency. I found myself walking to the kitchen, reaching under the sink, feeling for something taped to the pipes. My fingers located it immediately, as if they'd done this many times before. Another key, larger than the first, with a numbered tag attached. The storage facility was across town, in an industrial area I rarely visited. Yet I knew exactly how to get there, could visualize the route with perfect clarity. My car keys were in my hand before I'd consciously decided to go, and I was backing out of the driveway with the automatic movements of routine. During the drive, I tried to reconstruct the logical timeline once more. She'd come to discuss missing files. We'd had coffee and conversation. She'd left alive and well. Her disappearance was unrelated to our meeting, the result of personal problems or random crime. The items in my study were planted by someone trying to frame me, perhaps the real perpetrator seeking to redirect suspicion. But my hands on the steering wheel told a different story. They knew this route, had traveled it before under circumstances my conscious mind refused to acknowledge. When I reached the storage facility, the security guard nodded at me with casual recognition, as if I were a regular customer rather than a first-time visitor. Unit 47 was in the back row, hidden from casual observation. The key turned smoothly in the lock, and the metal door rolled up with a sound that seemed to echo in my bones. Inside, the space was larger than expected and meticulously organized. Her belongings filled most of the unit. Clothes folded neatly in boxes, personal items arranged with care, even a small potted plant that somehow remained alive in the dim space. It looked like someone had carefully preserved the contents of an entire life, creating a shrine or museum to a person who no longer existed. At the center of it all sat a freezer, its white surface gleaming under the overhead light. The clicking sound I'd been hearing all day seemed to emanate from its motor, cycling on and off with mechanical precision. I approached it slowly, my feet moving against my will, drawn by a gravity I couldn't resist. My hand reached for the lid, but I stopped myself just short of opening it. Whatever was inside would either confirm my worst fears or reveal the elaborate nature of someone else's deception. Either way, the knowledge would change everything, would force me to choose between two versions of reality that couldn't coexist. The logical part of my mind screamed warnings. Opening the freezer would contaminate evidence, would implicate me in whatever crime had been committed here. The smart thing would be to leave immediately, to call the police and report finding this place, to maintain my innocence through ignorance. But my fingers were already lifting the lid, and the cold air that escaped carried with it the scent of preservation and finality. Inside, wrapped in plastic and arranged with the same meticulous care as everything else in the unit, was proof of something I both did and didn't remember doing. I stared for a long moment, trying to reconcile what I saw with what I believed about myself. The evidence was undeniable, yet it felt like looking at someone else's crime, someone else's carefully planned disposal of a problem that had threatened to destroy everything I'd built. The clicking sound grew louder, more insistent, and I realized it wasn't coming from the freezer at all. It was the sound of my own teeth chattering, my body's involuntary response to a cold that had nothing to do with temperature. I was shivering not from the freezer's contents, but from the recognition of my own capacity for actions I couldn't consciously remember. I closed the lid and backed away, my mind fracturing along the fault lines between memory and denial. Had I done this thing, planned and executed it with the methodical precision evident in the storage unit, or was I the victim of an elaborate setup designed to make me believe in my own guilt? The drive home passed in a blur of conflicting thoughts and sensations. My body seemed to know the way without conscious direction, suggesting familiarity with this route under these specific circumstances. Yet my mind insisted this was the first time that everything I'd seen was as shocking and unexpected as it should be. Back in the study, I sat in the leather chair and listened to its familiar creak. The clicking sound had followed me home, or perhaps it had never left. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a soundtrack to the dissolution of certainty. I could call the police, report my discovery, claim ignorance of how those items had appeared in a storage unit rented under my name. I could maintain my innocence, stick to the story I'd told them before. She'd come to discuss work problems, she'd left alive, her disappearance was a mystery to me. But the key in my pocket felt warm against my leg, and my hands retained muscle memory of actions I couldn't consciously recall. My body held secrets my mind refused to acknowledge, and the two versions of reality continued their battle for dominance. The clicking persisted, neither increasing nor decreasing, a constant reminder that some questions have no satisfactory answers. I sat in the gathering darkness, no longer certain which version of events was true, no longer sure it mattered. The weight of forgotten seconds pressed against my consciousness, and I found myself wondering if the truth was something I'd chosen to forget, or something I'd never really known at all. Story 10. The room was wrapped in an oppressive stillness as I sat unmoving, eyes drawn to the old bookshelf. Each volume stood neatly aligned, yet something felt off, a silent tension lingering in the air. From the corner of my vision, the curtains swayed gently, a draft where none should exist. The overhead light flickered in soft flashes, casting fleeting glances of shadow across the floor. I waited, breath held, for something to break the inertia, for the reason behind this unease to manifest. It wasn't until the last flutter of movement that I noticed a book slightly ajar, its spine bearing no title. The smell hits me first, always the smell, dust and something else, something organic that makes my throat close up. I can't place it, but my body remembers before my mind does. The way my shoulders tense, the way my fingers curl involuntarily. I've been sitting here for what feels like forever, trying to piece together why this room matters, why I keep coming back to it in my thoughts, in my dreams. The bookshelf draws my attention like a magnet, but I can't remember choosing to look at it. It just happens, the way breathing happens. There was a conversation once, someone standing near those curtains, their silhouette backlit by afternoon sun. The voice was familiar, but I can't attach a face to it. They were saying something about keeping things in order, about maintaining appearances. But the words feel hollow now, like echoes in an empty house. You always were too curious for your own good. Did someone say that? The phrase floats through my consciousness like smoke. I think it was directed at me, but the context is gone. Just the words and the tone, half affectionate, half warning. The untitled book bothers me more than it should. I know I've touched it before. My fingertips remember the texture of its cover, slightly rough, warped from moisture or age. But when, and why would I have pulled it from the shelf? I remember fragments, a hand reaching past me, adjusting something on the bookshelf. The soft thud of volumes being repositioned, the careful way they lined everything up afterward, making sure the edges were perfectly flush. Someone who cared about order, about things appearing just so. But there's a gap where the memory should continue, like someone took scissors to a film reel and cut out the important parts. The flickering light creates patterns on the wall, shadow puppets dancing without a puppeteer. I watch them and feel like I'm waiting for something, but I don't know what. A revelation, a person, an explanation for why my chest tightens every time I enter this space. There were other rooms once. I can almost see them, a kitchen with yellow walls, a hallway that seemed to stretch forever in the dark. But this room, this study or library or whatever it was meant to be, this is where everything centers, where the weight of unremembered things presses down like a physical force. Someone used to read here. I can picture them in the chair I'm sitting in now, book open, completely absorbed. But their face is a blur, like looking at someone through frosted glass. Were they reading from the untitled book? Is that why it's out of place? The draft from the curtains carries more than just air. It brings whispers of conversations I can't quite hear, laughter that might have been tears, the rustle of pages turning, all of it just beyond my ability to grasp. I stand up without deciding to. My legs move me toward the bookshelf, and I realize I've done this before, many times. The worn path in the carpet should have been my first clue, but I'm only noticing it now. How many times have I walked this same route, drawn by the same inexplicable pull? My hand hovers over the untitled book. There's something inside it, I know that much, not just words, something else. Something that explains why my heart is racing, why my palms are damp with sweat I don't remember producing. But I don't pull it out, not yet, because some part of me, the part that's been keeping these memories locked away, knows that once I open it, I can't unknow what's inside. Some things are better left undisturbed. Another floating phrase, this one carries more weight, more urgency, a warning that came too late or was ignored entirely. The voice that spoke it was closer to my ear than the first one, more intimate, someone who knew me well enough to predict my actions. The curtains sway again, and for a moment I think I see movement beyond them, a figure in the yard or the street watching the window. But when I look directly, there's nothing, just the way light bends through fabric and creates illusions. I'm forgetting something important, something that happened in this room, or because of this room, or to someone who spent time here. The certainty of it sits in my stomach like a stone, but the details scatter every time I try to focus on them. There was urgency once. I remember that feeling, the way panic makes everything sharp and immediate. Someone needed help, or someone was in danger, or someone had done something that couldn't be undone. But the specifics dissolve the moment I think I'm close to grasping them. The book calls to me, its spine, bare of any identifying marks, seems to pulse in my peripheral vision. I know there are words inside, handwritten in careful script. I know because I've seen them before, but I can't remember reading them. Just the image of a page covered in neat lines of text, each letter formed with deliberate precision. My fingers finally make contact with the book's edge. It's warm, which doesn't make sense. Everything else in the room carries the chill of disuse, but this feels like it's been held recently. Like someone else was here just before I arrived, reading the same pages I'm about to discover. I slide it from the shelf, and immediately the smell intensifies. That organic scent that makes my throat constrict. It's coming from the book itself, or from the space it occupied. As if something was hidden behind it, something that's been decomposing slowly in the dark. The book falls open in my hands to a specific page, the way books do when they've been opened to the same spot countless times. The handwriting is familiar, though I can't place it. The words swim before my eyes, refusing to form coherent meaning, but certain phrases jump out, disconnected from context. Couldn't tell anyone. Had to be done. They'll never understand. My hands are shaking now. The book trembles in my grip, making the words dance even more. I know I should read it all, should force myself to process whatever truth has been waiting here. but my body is rebelling, every instinct screaming at me to close the book, put it back, leave this room, and never return. But I can't leave. I've tried before I remember that much. Standing at the doorway, hand on the frame, trying to force myself to step into the hallway, but something always pulls me back, some unfinished business that won't let me rest. The light flickers more urgently now, and in the strobing illumination I catch glimpses of things that shouldn't be there. Shapes in the corners that resolve into nothing when the light steadies. Shadows that move independently of their sources. The room is showing me something, trying to communicate in a language I don't quite speak. I flip through more pages and the handwriting changes, becomes more frantic, less controlled. The neat script devolves into something desperate, words crowding together as if the writer was running out of time, or running out of courage.
I can't sleep. I keep saying,
what have I done? The phrases build a picture I don't want to see. Someone struggling with guilt, with knowledge they couldn't share. Someone who used this room as a confessional, pouring their secrets into a book that would never judge them. But who and what did they do that required such elaborate secrecy? I'm close to something now. I can feel it the way you feel a storm approaching, that electric tension in the air, the sense that everything is about to change. The untitled book is warm in my hands, almost burning. The pages seem to turn themselves, showing me fragments of a story I'm not sure I want to complete. The curtains billow suddenly, violently, as if someone has thrown open a door somewhere in the house. But I know all the doors are closed. I checked them when I arrived, though I can't remember why that seemed important. In the gust of air, papers scatter from somewhere. Not from the book in my hands. These are loose sheets, yellowed with age. They dance around the room like autumn leaves, each one covered with the same familiar handwriting. More confessions, more fragments of truth I'm not ready to face. I try to catch one of the papers, but it slips through my fingers. They all do, settling finally in corners and under furniture just out of reach, as if the room itself is protecting them, rationing the revelations to keep me from being overwhelmed. The smell is overwhelming now, sweet and sick and wrong. It's coming from everywhere: the book, the scattered papers, the very air I'm breathing. My stomach churns, and I have to sit down before I fall down. That's when I notice the stain on the carpet, dark and roughly circular, positioned right where someone might have placed a heavy object, or where something might have leaked slowly and steadily over a long period of time. I've been avoiding looking at it, I realize. Every time I've entered this room, my eyes have skimmed over that spot, refusing to acknowledge what I was seeing. But now, with the book open in my lap and the truth pressing in from all sides, I can't pretend anymore. Someone was hurt here, or someone was hidden here, or someone did something here that left a permanent mark on this place. The book's pages flutter in the artificial breeze, and I catch more phrases.
no choice. Forgive me. Buried deep.
My vision blurs, the room spins around me, and I grip the arms of the chair to keep from sliding to the floor. This is why I keep forgetting. This is why my mind builds walls around certain memories, because the truth is too big, too terrible to carry. But the walls are crumbling now. The book has become a key, unlocking doors I've kept sealed for reasons I'm finally beginning to understand. I was here when it happened. Whatever it was, I was present, not just to witness something more. A participant maybe, or an accomplice. The guilt I feel isn't borrowed or imagined. It's mine, earned through actions I've spent so long trying to forget. The curtains settle back into stillness, but the damage is done. The papers have rearranged themselves, creating a trail from the bookshelf to the stained carpet to the chair where I sit, like breadcrumbs leading me through the story I've been avoiding. I follow the trail with my eyes and the narrative begins to emerge. Someone trusted me, someone needed my help, and The memory hits like a physical blow, sudden and complete and devastating. I see it all now, the fear in their eyes, the way they begged me to understand, the choice I had to make in a moment when there was no time to think. I did what I thought was right, what I thought was necessary. But right and necessary don't always align with legal or forgivable. The untitled book contains my confession, written in my own hand in the days and weeks after, when the weight of what I'd done was crushing me. Page after page of justification and regret, explanation and self-recrimination. A record of how someone can do something unthinkable for all the right reasons. The room holds the evidence, not just the book, but everything: the stain, the displaced volumes that once hid other secrets, the very air that still carries traces of that terrible day. This isn't just a study or a library, it's a monument to a moment when everything changed. And I'm the only one who knows, the only one who remembers, now that the other person involved can't tell their side of the story. I close the book, but I don't put it back on the shelf. Instead, I hold it against my chest, feeling its warmth seep through my clothes. It's mine now, this burden. It always was, but I'm finally ready to carry it consciously instead of letting it drag behind me like a chain. The light stops flickering, the curtains hang motionless. The room settles into a different kind of stillness, not the oppressive quiet of secrets, but the calm that comes after confession. I know I'll leave this room eventually. I'll walk out into the hallway, out of the house, back into a world that doesn't know what happened here. But I'll carry the truth with me now, integrated instead of repressed. And someday, when I'm ready, I'll have to decide what to do with it. The untitled book rests in my hands, its spine still bearing no name, but I know what I would call it now if I had to give it a title. I know what story it tells and why it needed to be written. Some secrets are too heavy to carry alone. Some truths demand to be acknowledged, even if they can never be shared. I sit in the chair holding my confession, surrounded by the evidence of choices that can't be unmade. The room watches me with patient eyes, waiting to see what I'll do next. The smell of dust and decay lingers in the air, familiar now instead of frightening. It's the scent of buried things, of secrets that have been waiting in the dark for someone brave enough to uncover them. I breathe it in and finally, for the first time in longer than I can measure, I remember everything.